Hello all, a warm welcome to everyone. Thank you for joining us today for the e-commerce India online event on the Discourse towards an adequate legal framework for India's heritage protection. I'm Saranya Darshini, your host for this event. I'm a conservation architect and the national representative of the e-commerce India Emerging Professionals Working Group. Today's event is a collaborative effort and has been organized by various national scientific committees of e-commerce India, including NSC-THEOPHIL, NSC Education and Training, NSC-LAFI, which is the Committee on Legal, Administrative, and Financial Issues, and the Emerging Professionals Working Group. Today's event is divided into 6 sections, including the introductory section and the sessions 1 to 4 and the concluding session. The introductory session will include the welcome address by Dr. Reema Ahuja, followed by a presentation on examining its need, role, and function within systems approach by Professor Thakur. Session 1 is on the unprotected heritage and the law, where we have the introductory remarks by Ms. Sonal, followed by a presentation on developing a policy for conservation of the living temples of Tamil Nadu by Dr. Menon. Session 2 is on the complex heritage resources and protection, historic cities, world heritage cities, regions, and landscape, where we have the introductory remarks by Ms. Lakshmi Priya, followed by a presentation on a Metamodel for heritage-based urban development by Dr. Rip. We have a 5 minutes break after session 2, followed by session 3, which is on the public interest litigation as a mode of extension of protection, where we have the introductory remarks by Ms. Lakshmi Priya and the presentation on Old Goa Misadventure by Ms. Poonam Verma Mascaredes. Session 4 is on the case law, where we have the introductory remarks by Dr. Mona Lisa, followed by presentation on case presentation Guru Prasad, Rao versus State of Karnataka and others by Dr. Vishaka. Lastly, the concluding session will include the concluding remarks by Dr. Menon and a vote of thanks by Ms. Shalini from e-commerce India. Please note each session will be concluded with a Q&A discussion and learning outcomes. With this, let me first invite you our first speaker for today's event, which is Dr. Reema Ahuja, who is the Vice President of e-commerce India, for the welcome address. Dr. Ahuja is an archaeologist, historian, and a writer with a PhD from Cambridge University. She is the director of Maharaja Savai Man Singh II Museum, City Palace, Jaipur, Director Jaigar, Member Central Advisory Board for Archaeology, Trustee Jaipur Virasat Foundation, and visiting professor at SPA Delhi and CHM Ahmedabad. She has written various books which include Ahar Culture and Beyond, History of Rajasthan, Conserving Fortified Heritage, and a concise history of forts of Maharashtra. These are to name a few. Dr. Ahuja, the screen is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Saranya. Formal welcomes is something I'm never good at, but it's always good practice to do that. So on behalf of e-commerce India, I would like to welcome all our participants, all our speakers, discussants, that lovely American word auditors, which always makes me think of CAs rather than people just listening in. And of course, all of us. So this is in a sense in-house, but it is an exercise in sitting together, understanding the issues much more than we do individually and taking it further. I would definitely like to, at this point, acknowledge the efforts of the NSCs on THEOPHIL, of Education and Training, LAFI, and of course, our Emerging Professionals Working Group, who are doing stellar work all along. Now, the topic of our online workshop over the course of this afternoon and evening, a discourse towards adequate legal framework for India's heritage protection. We all work for the heritage protection. We are all often frustrated by not having necessary mechanisms in place. And then we also get blasé and annoyed and say, but even where the mechanisms are there, we can't really do much. Of course, that doesn't stop us from fine-tuning, finding more mechanisms, making sure that the legal teeth can come in so that at least some of the damage that is happening around us can be stopped. There was a little bit of data that I got from Drona yesterday. They were trying to clarify that the ASI, the Archaeological Survey of India, now has 3,693 sites that they recognize and look after, monuments and archaeological sites. And put together all the protected sites and monuments of the various, of all our Indian states is 4,376. Now, plus minus whatever, even if we put these together, we are under 10,000 recognized nationally state protected sites across the whole of a vast country like India. And my usual frame of reference in talks becomes Rajasthan is roughly the size and shape of France. So we know how large our country is, and to have just 10,000 protected legally by official mechanisms is one thing. There are so many unlisted sites. All of you have worked in whatever your particular areas of specialization are on listing of sites at some point or the other. You've done it, you've led students to do it. If you're students, you're still doing it. And we know that we have so many, they run into thousands. And as the archaeologist in me would like to point out, the sites which are beneath the ground, the ones that we don't know enough about, are perhaps even more in number and equally in danger because we don't even know that they're there. So what can we do? What can legislation do? As I said earlier, it is the one mechanism that can work in favor of at least some type of protection. As Saranya just said in her opening welcoming note, she said the issues are complex, but there are complex resources that we have. And I was just thinking of there we are dealing with intangible, tangible, living, beneath the ground, therefore unknown. And the scope of the whole issue is formidable. But it is only by sitting together and whittling away at it and finding solutions and coming up with mechanisms that at least can start checking what is going on. If there are mechanisms that are not working so well, fine-tune them. If we have laws, in the National Monuments Authority, we were often dealing with realization that some of the laws don't necessarily work. Now, you don't always throw the baby out with the bathtub, but each exercise in mulling things over leads us to the next step. And given the passion of this group, there is no way that we are going to just sit with a paper and not do anything more. So I will now move my face away from yourselves and the screen where there'll be more presentations. Once again, on behalf of ICOMOS India, welcome to everyone. And we look forward to a very productive afternoon and evening and a lot of mulling over things in the days to follow. So thank you once again and bye from me.
Thank you, Dr. Huja. Thank you so much for those encouraging words and insightful welcome address. Next, we have a presentation on examining its needs and role and function within systems approach by Professor Nalini Thakur. Professor Thakur is the coordinator of the National Scientific Committee THEOPHIL, ICOMOS India. She is an academician, teacher, mentor, and an activist. Before her retirement, she held the position of the head of department, School of Planning and Architecture, Delhi. She was the first Charles Wallace Scholar from India and a former president, Conservation Society in Delhi. Professor Thakur has worked as research associate, participated in the institutional research project DVSEMA, Andhra Pradesh, cyclone and tidal wave disaster. She has been involved in many experimental projects such as the St. James Church and Meroli, including the Archaeological Park in Delhi. World Heritage Sites of Khajuraho, Champaner, Pavagadh, and prepare the internal integrated management plan for Humpty for the Archaeological Survey of India, contributing to the removal of the site from the endangered list. For the government of Manipur, she has worked on the conservation of Kangla Fort as the archaeological park. Professor Thakur, the screen is yours.
Okay.
We can hear you now, ma'am.
Okay. I'm, actually the title of mine is, I'm only talking about protection. One word, protection. It's only about protection, because this whole thing about the heritage law and framework is a very large subject. We can only go from one point at a time and try to discuss it to some detail, So today I was thinking I can only talk about protection, about what and try to demonstrate the situation and the condition of protection through this Humpty integrated management plan, which I had the opportunity to be involved in. Okay, so I'm starting this with this bazaar picture, because right now the bazaar is totally being and all the human beings who are living here have all been thrown out of this place, and it has been made into a monument. Okay, I won't go into, there are a lot of other narratives and history behind this bazaar. First thing, it was taken over by the central government at some point. Earlier it was with the state government. There were a lot of people living. People were living. It was a part of the Humpty village, and it served as part of the village, and people were living here. So that's and then suddenly, since this management plan and Humpty World Heritage has become important for the officials, I think the first thing everyone thinks about is to clear places and get rid of people. So unfortunately, this has happened here. And though in the management plan, we had actually suggested that it should be, we should have a training workshop from UNESCO Bangkok to see how to, train both the local people who are living there and the professionals, through a field school of 1 month there. So obviously all that was put aside. So I think the next one, I'll go to the next. Please, the next. So I think this whole Humpty and this, doing the integrated management plan, because it was on the World Heritage Site, endangered site, and this was an obligation that had to be done by the national government, is to prepare a management plan, and that is how this whole thing started. And what it brought out was the gulf in the notion of protection, the gulf between international and national ways of working on heritage. It was really, it's such a great, gulf that unless we learn how to bridge this, we won't be able to, work on our sites effectively in a way that, it is globally acceptable, and it comes within the global standards also. So that is, so I'm going to show the next one. I think we should go a little faster. Yeah, so a little bit about what is this. It is called the group of monuments at Humpty. As you know, calling a group of monuments at Humpty makes no sense when you look at the site, because it's so far beyond it. So anyway, the problems with this nomination and the World Heritage Site started with the first, from the first nomination itself, which was in 82. It was only inscribed in 86. Then in 1999, it was an endangered site, and then it was removed from this, from this list in 2006. And it has these 3 things, and the justification of the inscription is for the entire ruins of the metropolis. It's not 56 monuments as the ASI were thinking about it. And it has 3 criteria. Master plan is a masterpiece of human genius. And then it is a testimony to a civilization, and it has an outstanding type of building, which is the Vithala temple in that ensemble. Okay, and then next one, please. Next. Yeah. And what is that? What happened? That what was that proverbial? No, go back to the bridge. Go back to the bridge. Yeah. What brought this into endangered list was this bridge across the river Tungabhadra. That was within the core area of the World Heritage Site, which went from Vithala, near Vithala temple to the Anegondi, very important at the main place, Anegondi, where there is a gateway, and a lot of other little cultural resources are there. And it was built in the name of development and planning. And the local, whoever the politicians felt they were doing a big, helping the local people with development by putting this bridge. And that is the one that brought this whole thing into endangered list. Now let us find out why is it that this brought the impact was so bad about this. What was the problem with it? Let's go to the next one. So you see, this is where Humpty is, and it is in Karnataka, and it is and the site is across. That red line that is going divides two districts. Koppal district and Bellary, and the site of the World Heritage Site goes across the river to the other side also. So that is a problem, and the location of this was right here, right here, where which was part of the core area. So let me see. Let's show you another to show where it is. How does it go? Let's see the next one. Yeah. It goes across the core area. So now let us go back to the first problem about the perception that it is 56 monuments by ASI and UNESCO having other ideas saying that this has to be a large site. And show me the next one, please. Here you see that what the map was first given. Some map was given by ASI in 82. It was rejected, and the site was deferred. And later, then the next one, please. Yeah. Later, now you see this drawing. This was made by UNESCO to demonstrate what they meant by site. Yeah, making a large area as a World Heritage Site. And this is because the natural features, the landscape, everything, the culture and the nature and all the contents of this site, they're all together as one big cultural landscape. They cannot be divided and made into small bits like monuments and 56 monuments, and just saying that 56 circles will make a World Heritage Site. They oppose that, and here it is. They are trying to show how it should be done, and this was done before the site became World Heritage. Okay, so it was accepted in 86. Now let's see the next one, please. Yeah, here you see on this, you see the yellow is actually the site that was. That was a site, a World Heritage Site, as accepted both by the Indian government as well as the UNESCO after UNESCO's demonstration of how to go about it. And you can see how this goes beyond the river also to the other side. And then inside that yellow, you can also see the 56 monuments that the ASI recognized. That has happened. Now what is happening is your bridge was going across here through this. So it is part of the core area of this World Heritage Site. And that is why it was put into the endangered list. Now there are 2 more lines you can see. Those are, what is called buffer zone by ASI and something called peripheral zone by ASI for that site. So, and I think this site, which is the core area of the site of Humpty, is about 41 or 42 square kilometers in area. So now you understand where the gap is and how different is international thinking with what is the national ASI thinking. And the whole, very big, challenge, and to make our thinking more at par with global thinking, and also, also broaden our ways of looking at understanding, cultural resources. That's not like monuments, but to see it in their reality. All right. So next one, please. Next. Hello. Yeah. So here, so it is actually Humpty is Beyond Monuments is a World Heritage Site. And here, that yellow that you see here is as per a notification in 1988, Gazette notification under the Karnataka Ancient and Historical Monuments and Archaeological Sites and Remains Act 61. Okay, and they also have extended the protection to include a larger area than they had before, wherever this whole, natural and the widespread archaeological resources can be seen, so that they all get incorporated into one large area, which is this yellow area. Now the next problem comes is that India has something called buffer and peripheral. UNESCO has only buffer. So it was very clear that this World Heritage Site should be given a buffer zone. It doesn't, and they will not accept this double, peripheral and buffer. So that became another task to be done in the management plan itself. So yeah, next one, please. Next one. I don't know why this has not come. Okay. See, now I'm going to look at, just broadly tell you what are the other things that needed to be seen as cultural resources for protection, that should be for protected, but are not considered at all. So villages are also legacies of post-Vijayanagara period, and they are cultural resource entities. Cultural resource entities means they have spatial dimension. So, and each village has a distinct historic character, evident in layout and planning, even after centuries of evolution. So that has to be. Now, when we did the buffer zone, we actually incorporated 29 villages on both sides of the river, about 15 in one place and then 14 on the other place. And they were all part of this World Heritage Site and buffer zone. So, I mean, just think, how does it work out in a country which is only talking about monuments? And how does it, how do you even look at it? So those were the challenges we had to look at and see how to bridge and come up with some ways of handling this. So let's see how it was done. Next one. Next one. So I just wanted to give you a little bit of what is something about, the river is very important. The spaces in that, are very important. For instance, this is called Chakratirtha, which is considered by the local people the most sacred place and location in the whole of Humpty. And it's called Chakratirtha, and this is the places where the river turns. And next one, please. Next one, fast. Next one, yeah. And then along with the river and the World Heritage Site, now with those villages, you have a lot of traditional livelihoods also there, which are very old. Like these guys who are the coracle, drivers, it's very old. and they've been there since 16th century. Okay, so all this had to be considered, and we had to come up with decisions for all of them. Next one, please. Next. Fast. Yeah. Now, if you look at the site, it looks as if there is nothing there. So seemingly as if there's nothing. If you look at the site like this, so I mean, so you might even think there's nothing in there. But the moment you look at, so go to the next one. It's just one large landscape with boulders, really dominated by the nature and the rocks. But when you do a kind of, inventory and survey to find out what are the resources, which is what we did. And we sort of had a sample of about 890, different cultural resources. And we analyzed that and helped that analysis helped us to create a database and also demonstrate how the Havama can can start a heritage, can start a information center for the cultural resources in their office. We did that. And also we came to know what are the different kinds of heritage that is there, and how many, and what does it fall into? So here we find that there are various systems of heritage there. It's no more, so the same empty looking site has all these things. So this is all that has to be understood when we are, studying this cultural landscape and, for protecting it and managing it. Next one. So the management structure that was used for this in the integrated management plan has these three parts to it. The first one is called core management, which means only fundamental, protection, and heritage. This is what it consists of, its scope is. And it is preservation, protection, and management of cultural resource entities of all types in that site. Integrative management is a middle part, which is interface between heritage protection and development processes, which includes planning, all the other sectoral parts, areas that are there in our system, and also and how it can be and how we can work out a kind of regulated way to use with the larger site, which is the buffer zone. Because as far as the monuments and resources are concerned, it comes under core management. But the larger buffer zone, which is just an area which comes under the state government, has to be also planned and regulated, for its heritage values to be maintained. So that is another part which comes under integrative management. And then there is a third part which we all sort of forget it is there. It is just it is the general amenities and infrastructure facilities to improve general quality of life. This is going on all the time in every site, old and new. So and that also impacts. So we have to take care of it in our protection and management to see how we tailor it to the best of that, for the site. So the management plan looks at all these three aspects. Next one, please. So now I'm looking to this is what is called the context to be managed. And when we had to do this work, we had to go by the old, what they had, the peripheral area and this. And what we have done later, which is our job, is to make a new buffer zone. So until this part, we have to follow what is already legally there as a World Heritage Site. And here we have those 56 monuments, those 3 lines of buffer and periphery and core. And then we have this 100 meters and 200 meters, okay, for every building. And the Gazette notification. That was a site we have to think about. So next one, please. This is how it is. Yeah.
Acha.
Okay, but we had to think of a lot of other things here. Okay, this is it. Go to the next one. I think I want to just finish it off now. You know, there a lot of other things are here. I'm not going to waste my time on it, because just go to the next one, because I just want to tell you how this was done. Because the problem here was development without any planning, without anything, which is actually abusing the World Heritage Site. And a lot of decisions are being taken, which is not helping at all. So next one, please. This is the kind. You know, I've already told you there is this one. And then there is a new shopping center or transportation center that had come up also in the core area. And then, of course, all in the core area, you had all these messy stuff was going on. And so what have we done? Next one. Next one. Yeah. So this World Heritage area was declared as a planning area, local planning area under the Karnataka Planning Act of 61. That means under the Planning Act of 61, you are allowed to make a master plan for specific areas, but first you have to declare them as local planning area. So this Humpty World Heritage Area was declared a local planning area, and we brought it under the master plan using this law. And so the buffer zone that we made with the 29 villages is actually it is a kind of master plan, a statutory document of the entire World Heritage area, the total area. And there, through this thing, we can actually bring about village regeneration plans. We can bring a lot of the inputs from planning into this to help to sort out the many aspects of the large buffer zone. Okay, and then and also make some kind of and then the core part is the one that will look at the cultural resources and what has to be done to protect that. So now what you are seeing is that there are two things that are done. One is done from the cultural part and one is done from the planning part, and they are cross-indexed. And that is how you get the way to work on this, in a way that will be okay with both. It will not, otherwise what happens is it all helps the planning, and planning has a lot of negative impacts on the heritage. So that will not happen. Okay, next one, please. Next one. Yeah. So this is the local planning area according to the as we had to take, because this was a World Heritage Site in 99 when we 99 and 2000 when we came into the scene. Okay, next one, please. Next one, please. Next one. Yeah. What we did, one was we slapped protection zones all over this entire area. Okay, so that is one way we could protect. So we make different kinds of protection. Yeah, a little bit more will be said in the next one. So immediately we are protecting the entire site. Okay, before not changing anything. Yes, next one. So there was special sub-classifications, and that is how the different new protection zones were taken in, I mean, river protection zone, hill protection zone, tanks and canals, settlements or areas, and then islands, visual protection zone, others. So these were sub-classifications we did to identify the nature of the protection zones and what its qualities were. Next one, please. Next one. Next one. Next one. Yeah. This is officially, you see, we made this boundary, whatever it is, the buffer zone, but the buffer zone can only be done by the planning people in the government of Karnataka under the Town Planning Act, under that act. So the Havama and the local planning people took over that and made a master plan of the same area that we had suggested as what is it called, as buffer zone. And this is the thing that they did. So this is the way, I mean, we work together, and to an extent, it is that's using the Planning Act for the larger area, and the instrument called the Integrated Management Plan, which has a core sector of the core, which is only for protection and management of heritage, which will specify everything for heritage for that site. So that is how we brought this together. And now, of course, it is there with the Hawama, and they are doing and they are taking care of it. So I just thought it was somehow one can try to improve the protection using the existing framework and existing law and see how much we can do, because we have to work on the ground and we relate to what this country is and what it has, and what it has, and try to do that as well as we can and improve on that as much as we can. I think that's it. Next one, I don't think there's anything more. Yes, I finished. Oh, yeah, this is the final model of what is the integrated management plan, which goes back to the structure I showed you of core, general, and integrative. And this works out like that, bringing in all the governments, all the different departments and the sectors, etc. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Thakur, for this enlightening presentation, and it has definitely set the stage for the upcoming sessions. May I ask Ira to share the slides? Thank you. With this, we move on to the next session. Before that, just let me quickly introduce you to the organizing team members from ICOMOS India. We have Ira Godial, who is a student of Architectural Conservation MArch from SPA Delhi. We have Conservation Architect Ms. Nilsari Pujara. Rahul Bola, again, a student from SPA Delhi who is undertaking MArch in Architectural Conservation. Richa Mishra from Gwalior, Conservation Architect, and myself. Ira and Rahul are managing this online event, and Richa and Nilsari will be sharing the learning outcomes from each session. So look forward to that. I would pass on the screen to now Ms. Richa Mishra to introduce the session model. Over to you, Richa.
Thanks, Aranya. Namaste and good afternoon to everyone. To mark this session 1 on unprotected heritage and the law, I would like to take opportunity to welcome Ms. Sonal Chitnis, a conservation architect and academician. She has worked as a conservation architect for the project Restoration of Sahargarh Nivasini Temple Complex at Kinhai, Satara, as a design team for Kimaya Architects. She has assisted as assisted architect Gopal Chandrukar for his 2 research documentation book publications on Raigad Fort, Srimad Raiguru and Raigad Balikila, an award-winning publication in Marathi. She has worked on conservation projects for last 13 years with Intact Delhi, Intact Pune, Intact Mumbai, and assisted conservation architect Dr. Vaishali Latkar for professional and academic conservation projects through SCOA Design Cell. I would like to welcome you, ma'am. Yeah.
Thank you, Richa. So, welcome to all the heritage enthusiasts that are present here. Thank you, Richa, again for so as the pitch is all set with the insights laid out by Professor Thakur, we are all here specifically to dwell deeper into the complexities of this entire notion of protection specifically. And we are doing that with an intention to seek more clarity on the nuances to the means of protections that commonly we understand to our cultural heritage. So which otherwise, we are formally beginning with our first technical sessions from the other 3. And the theme is unprotected heritage and the law. There is a need to put in the public realm to this diverse approaches and ways that are required for the understanding this complexity and to put forth the means and pros and cons of this theme in front of all of us for the discourse today. So basically, I hope the slides are scrolling well. What I want to get to your attention is the 3 key areas which this theme would like to cater to number one is the notion of protection and the meaning of legal protection in that sense. The way perception of heritage in a conventional way is still not much beyond monuments and landmarks when it comes to understanding the law and putting it in that way. And the most crucial one is the varied diversity our nation has, the context that bring in with different provinces and their variations. Still, the difference between understanding of tangible and intangible aspects of culture nature as heritage by people like us who are cultural heritage practitioners, and the people on the other side of the table who are heritage custodians and stakeholders, is still not the same. And this is where highlights the inadequacy of the law to bridge that subtle gap of understanding. And basically, it is owing to this diversity that we need to put in our perspective in place. And I intend to focus that in my remarks today. And we're looking forward to our first session speaker to cover up the nuances under these themes. So basically, then what stays unprotected? That needs to be looked up very holistically under the cover of protections. So let us attempt to look at our own places beyond the blue board, because basically heritage notification is a very clerical process. Agencies which are part of this process bringing about the task to the process of recognition or identification of heritage has systematic clerical ways and steps to process of identification, gazetting, noting a resource as a heritage, involvement of local governance, development authorities, planning authorities in this entire stepwise process of identification, listing, grading, associating interventions to the grading and the significance, equally reflects this very grave inadequacy of the law in understanding the notion of what needs to be safeguarded and what is protected. Also, the mundane that we know about is how do we understand things beyond the boundaries. So basically, looking at this image, you can make out the literal translation of the protection to the metric scale of 100 and 200 meters is a clear reflection how the age-old existing laws and the gaps that we were just talking about may not cover the associations in the true sense, case to case, and may lose on to the context that actually needs to be managed, that Nalini ma'am was just talking about in case of Humpty. So what else can you look up to it? So basically, the blue board or the Neela Falak, in Pune, specifically the Neela Falak, as you can see, highlights the personalities and their associations, but they largely do not comment, or there is no clarity to the intervention of the spatial attributes that goes in defining that heritage as well. And it always takes a backseat. So it's the persons, the personalities and the associations that takes the lead. So basically, in a nutshell, before I hand over this session to our speaker, I would like to take you very quickly through just the glimpses of what we are trying to look when we say what stays unprotected. So basically, cultural resource approach towards this perception of heritage adds a whole lot of spectrum to these so-called resources. I have just tried to add a few which I have personally experienced, and they definitely have enriched my experience and my understanding of what needs to be looked up to. So hence, let's quickly have a look towards this. So basically, character is what we really stick up to. So there is much more that goes beyond the character defining elements, much more behind the facelifts. There is actually the personality of the structure that is beyond the face that stays unprotected, whereas the character gets mundanely picked up as a recognition to that area. Then living beyond the dead. These specifically, for example, we no more use copper or brass utensils anymore. So these entire techniques, age-old traditions, are moving on to the contemporary trends. But what tends to lose in this process is the technical know-how, the processes, the step-by-step traditional tools, people, know-how that might be time-consuming in the fit of quickness, less time, artificial mode, mass production. The entire essence of the skill, the kasab by which older kasbah areas were known, is actually being lost or stays unprotected. Then certain big no alleys which we fear to even enter, the shady ghetto areas, the red light areas, but they have such beautiful structures which a commoner might even not dare to enter. There's a lot that goes beyond the facade of simple structures. We generally tend to identify them as areas that give character, overall character to a place, but there is a lot more that goes beyond. I would call this as an entire architectural drawing of traditional construction techniques, and the entire exposed ruins teaches a lot, and they lie into oblivion without even being noted, and just are replaced by modern beliefs and modern understanding of so-called development. So basically, what is the essence that majorly unprotected heritage of India lies is the context of historic city, the way we understood the historic urban, historic villages, and historic settlement on a whole in case of Indian context. That is where it lies. Not every place in historic settlement in India is a designed one. So eventually most of these smaller settlements and hamlets eventually pass on these essential 3 stages, from getting into a village form to a kasbah, and then to a nagar, or eventually into a larger city at some point of time in the evolution. These indicators, which are intermediate signs of these slow transformation and process, are missed out, and they are vulnerable to this loss. They stay unprotected, unidentified, and go unnoticed. Similar to these, there are distinct key features that we notice in Indian settlements when it comes to Islamic urban planning or even colonial urban planning. You have these distinct, if you visit multiple artisans and craft villages, I'm avoiding the religious angle for time being here, where distinctly the craft, the karkhanas, the workshop areas, the merchants or the traders associated with the craft, and the makers and the different stepwise artisans, you see the entire reflection into the morphology of the town. Whereas you go to the colonial urban planning, you have the distinct function being reflected into their morphology, be it hill stations, sanitarium stations, railway reversing areas, and colonies around these reversing stations, especially the cantonment towns with distinct Sadar Bazaar areas, regiment areas, civil lines. That is such a clear indication. So what stays unprotected is this culture-centric activity or function-centric attributes stay unprotected or vulnerable. I specifically wants to highlight these temple towns in Indian context specifically because religious areas and structures and spaces associated to religious and different religious activities tend to continue, and they are largely living. So this living component brings about a different kind of complexity to this traditional morphology, and they are prone to the major threats of development and meeting the needs of changing times, and that stays unprotected. Be it the sacred scapes, the components that define, that make up the sacred space, they end up being identified into bits and pieces, but the entire context, the geography, the physiography that connects them, maybe the legends, the stories, the mythologies that bring them together, stays vulnerable to the loss. And the best I could say is we have such intrinsic traditional rumals or fabric maps that show us sometimes these beautiful representations of sacred geometry, whereas you can compare them with modern circuit routes and heritage walks and everything. What remains is very focused and specific constituting components get addressed in this process, and there is the whole essence may tend to lose if it is not religious in nature. Experiencing the intangible nature beyond beyond the way it is understood, beyond the designated areas, there are so many much areas that stays unidentified. Number one is we know there are reserved forests, protected forests, sanctuaries, biodiversity hotspots, but there are many more sacred groves or devrais in context of Maharashtra. Then you have these virgin forests, you have these local forest tribes managing the entire notion of their protected forest, the certain species get personified to deities, very specific to forest areas. This all remains unidentified or even goes unnoticed. Moving to other areas of these intangible, like you have so many different activities, especially in this living and religious layer, because we are looking forward to our main speaker to cover up those essential aspects. They get sidetracked. The event stays, the performance stays, the participation of the community is equally there. But what loses out is onto the technical involvement of the expertise and the local community that were continuing the traditions from years to year, from centuries to centuries. What that tradition loses on, it gives its way to the faster pace of time, to replacement of the commodities or artifacts involved into it, and even shortcuts in conducting those events. So there's a lot of loss into that. Then the building arts and crafts, which are very essential part of vernacular and traditional construction systems. They become also the identity of certain provinces, but they end up facing the blow of the so-called development of its times. Some indigenous regional expressions of the same material add to the flavor of the places. Some more glimpses onto that. How a simple character or a distinct feature changes with the time. I think this slide tells you how community dwelling, which are simplest, still form the essential crux of the community, and the settlement are more prone to these to the blow of development, and are the first one to give away into it. And the others, like, you know, our country is so known for different artisans and craftsmen and their traditional role. I again want to make a point here. The art survives, the craft survives, but not in totality. The traditional knowledge system that goes in, the technical know-how, traditional tools, maybe the time span that requires in making the authentic technique or the kasab or the skill, it all loses away with quick things, replacement of manual resources with the machine-made works, substitution to the raw material or the base material that goes in, and all these aspects are in a way stay unprotected. So beyond these understood areas, what also remains untouched is the concept of cultural regions that, you know, they tend to lose that because they are looked upon into isolation and not something that binds together. Nalini ma'am's article on Indian cultural landscape definitely covers these aspects very well, where our age-old law fails to cover those aspects. So with this, I'd like to hand over the dais to our main speaker of this session, who is, we are looking forward to come up with this similar case on temple, and that is Dr. Arun Menon. I'd like to formally introduce him. He's an academician and researcher. He's Associate Professor of Structural Engineering at IIT Madras. He's a coordinator of National Center of Safety of Heritage Structures. He has his PhD in Earthquake Engineering from the Pavia University, Italy, and he is an expert member and an active member of ICOMOS India as well. He's currently the member of Expert Advisory Group to International Conservation Committee for the UNESCO World Heritage Site at Laos, and was involved as an expert member on the International Coordinating Committee for the UNESCO World Heritage Site of Bagan in Myanmar. He has been involved in conservation projects in India for Rashtrapati Bhavan, IIM, Ahmedabad, Madurai, Meenakshi Temple, in Bhutan for Tango Monastery, in the Philippines for the St. Sebastian Basilica, Manila, and his entire research interests are into the structural aspects of the historic constructions. So basically, looking forward to these new complexities of living temple complexes within the realms of protections from our speaker. So without lingering anymore, Dr. Menon, the entire virtual dais is yours. Looking forward to know more from you.
Thank you. Thank you, Hrnc. I'll share my screen. Thank you for the lead on the topic of unprotected heritage and the law. and that background definitely gives me the possibility of commencing with a specific area within the overall subject of unprotected heritage and the law. So thank you, Architect Hrnc. The slides are visible in slideshow mode.
Yes.
Thank you. So the title of my presentation here is on developing a policy for conservation of the living temples of Tamil Nadu. And I thank the organizers of this workshop, which is primarily with the 3 NSCs of ICOMOS India, THEOPHIL, Education and Training, and LAFI coming together, which is, I think, an important message in itself as far as such a discourse is concerned. So my sincere gratitude to the organizers of this workshop. My presentation is planned in this manner. I'm looking at a very specific situation in Tamil Nadu, and looking at the living temples of Tamil Nadu and the processes that have taken place in the last 5-6 years, I would say, the ground realities and the directions in which the legislation seems to be moving as far as the protection of living heritage is concerned. So initially look at the context, that of the existing legal framework, ground realities as far as these living temples are concerned. A specific point in time a few years ago was the intervention of the High Court as far as these living temples, protection of these living temples was concerned. And then some thoughts about this complex context and the challenging way forward, but a possible way forward in this context. So to begin with, I just would like to highlight what heritage value in this context really refers to. And here it basically comes from the attributes of historical, archaeological, architectural, artistic, cultural, and literary considerations. And these are really the ones which are associated to the tangible elements, the structure, the different attributes, the movable attributes within the temple, chariots and vehicles for the processional deity, sculptures, painting, inscriptions, and so on. And the tangible elements, and as far as the tangible elements are concerned, we're talking of the knowledge systems, the Agama and the Shilpa Shastras, the rituals, the mythology, the sacred beliefs, and the performing arts. So it's all this put together that constitutes the heritage value in this context. So with that little introduction, let me move on to this specific case of the living temples of Tamil Nadu. Of course, there's a very rich heritage, which most of us sitting here are aware of, a very vast and rich heritage. But it's important for a moment to look at the evolution of the governmental framework. I wouldn't use the word the legal framework directly, because as far as the conservation is concerned, the legal framework has to be re-examined. But as far as this context is concerned, there exists a governmental framework. So it's important to understand the evolution of this governmental framework. So we're talking of about 40,000 temples within the state of Tamil Nadu, and of these, almost 9,000 of them are about 100 years or older. And when we say older, we're talking of sacred sites that have been referred to in literature that is 2,000 years or older. So we're talking of such a large number of sites in one state of the country. Now, it is very interesting where the governmental framework actually comes about from. It was for administrative purposes, and that is to bring parity in the way people can access temples, to reduce the inequalities in the land. That for the administration of temples, that a law was enacted, and we're talking of 1817, when the Madras Endowments and Escheats regulation was enacted for administration of temples. This was, of course, repealed by another act in 1863, making things more formal, and finally was replaced by the Madras Hindu Religious Endowments Act of 1926. And this act actually brought to the fore a statutory body called the Madras Hindu Religious Endowments Board. Now, after independence, this was taken forward. The Hrnc, Hindu Religious and Charitable Endowments Act of 1951, and the amendment in 1959 led to dissolving the board and bringing a separate government department, the Hrnc department, in 1960 to manage the affairs, basically the administration of the temples. Now, it's interesting to see the kind of regulatory framework that the Hrnc Act talks about. You see the Act of 1959 here, the Gazette notification of the Act of 1959. Now, under the Act, you have the rules that are framed, the rules under TN Hrnc Act of 1959. And my reference is specifically to civil works under this context. So here, these rules have been very careful in stating that the work, civil work, explicitly excludes structures like the Gopuram, the Vimana, or stone mandapa, or other stone structures with stucco works on it. So they've been conscious to say that we're not talking of regular works. These regular works can be regulated in a certain manner, but when you come to special works, one has to be careful. And the rules state that it requires structures like the Gopuram, the Vimana, or stone mandapa, and other stone structures with stucco work belonging to it to be entrusted to sthapatis approved by the government. Sthapatis are the traditional builders of temples, to be entrusted in their upkeep or construction as approved by the government, and not by regular engineers and architects. Regular engineers and architects implying the ones who have not gone through this sort of traditional knowledge system training. The rules of the TN Hrnc Act also enable involvement of the Archaeological Survey of India in the repair and renovation of such structures, and therefore saying that the archaeological principle is important in their upkeep. Moving on, so this has been the driving force, the document which actually regulates the protection of all these sites. And as you can see, almost 1/4 of the sites under the purview of the Hrnc department are sites which have historical importance, which have archaeological importance as well, because of their age and historical reasons. Now, let me come to 2020, 21, 22. A recent Hrnc policy note floated last year actually explicitly talks about conservation, renovation, and restoration works in temples of heritage value, what we were talking of in terms of the different attributes leading to the heritage value of these temples. Such temples which have heritage value, conservation, renovation, and restoration works have to happen without changing the unique heritage value. And the department, Hrnc department, is tasked with preparing a conservation manual in this direction. And the document talks of experts who have to be consulted, and we're talking of archaeology experts, heritage conservation experts, restoration experts, to scientifically take up appropriate interventions and works as far as these temples of heritage value are concerned. And the proposals for Tirupani, the word here refers to works of God. So civil works which are works for the god. Proposals for Tirupani have to be formulated and placed before the regional and state level heritage screening committees constituted by the government. So a regulatory framework is being put into place that then has several eyes, different experts who are examining the validity of these proposals before they are implemented. And if it's a temple that is more than 100 years, then you have an expert committee constituted by specific experts who would different experts who would come in to examine different angles to see if the proposals stand. So in terms of numbers, what are we really looking at? As I said, today there are a total of 44,301 temples under the jurisdiction of Hrnc, and broadly this is, one can break them down as 41,000 temples. There are mutts, there are temples attached to the mutts, there are other endowments, specific endowments, charitable endowments, and even Jain temples that constitute these 44,301 temples. Now, another interesting feature, and this is also something that is in a phase of change and development, is the introduction of an engineering, a dedicated engineering and renovation and conservation wing, engineering and renovation and conservation wing. Now, what we are really talking of is for all these Tirupani works, you actually have engineers and drafting officers in charge of scrutinizing estimates for carrying out the temple renovation works, all the civil works, supervising the works, and apart from that, recording and checking measurements so that bills are approved and so on. And particularly in the current context, the renovation and conservation wing has 226 positions within the Hrnc department. And if you broadly look at the vast majority of these positions, you have an engineer, chief engineer, superintending engineer, executive engineers, assistant executive engineers, civil, similarly electrical, and that's one major chunk of the positions. And the other important chunk are the sthapatis, or the traditional master builders. So chief sthapati, who's at the cadre of an executive engineer, a regional sthapati, set of regional sthapatis, and assistant sthapatis working with the regional sthapatis. So they constitute the crux of the renovation and conservation wing with about 226 positions. But what's been largely happening is since cadres have not yet opened within the Hrnc department, mostly all these years we've been having engineers on deputation from the Public Works Department and the Highways Department, because the Highways Department is actually in the past was culled out of the Public Works Department. So from the government of Tamil Nadu's PWD and Highways Department, you had engineers on deputation for 3 years or more, depending on the circumstances, in the Hrnc department. Now, as far as new constructions are concerned, for facilities around temples, that works well. But when it comes to conservation of the heritage temples, this was a significant problem, because you have engineers who are coming in with absolutely no training, who then go through some amount of exposure and training, but by the time they actually know what they're supposed to do, it's time for them to leave. And often these positions are not, these postings are not sought after. And as you see, there is a conspicuous absence of in-house archaeologists or in-house architects with conservation training within this sort of a department. And that is a desirable inclusion to the conservation and renovation wing, which in due course, there are signs that the department would be moving towards. As I said, it's important to look at the evolution of these problems, the evolution of the department, the evolution of the current situation, and what's on the table for all these, for the department to do, for the state to do. And it's also important to see whether between intent and what's happening on the ground, is there a gap? And if there's a gap, why is that gap? And how should one be able to overcome those? In the past several years, there have been several examples of inappropriate and unregulated conservation works in historical temples, in part because of the lack of sensitivity, in part because of absence of a regulatory mechanism. A lot of examples, a lot of criticism is what the department has actually incurred. A few examples, and these are not at all exhaustive, these are some of the most common examples that we can see. Use of sandblasting, for example, on stone surfaces, which lead to the loss of bas relief, loss of very valuable inscriptions and sculpture, pointing of stone masonry with cement mortar. Often the stone masonry surfaces have inscriptions, and then if the cement is taken off after point in time, then you have the inscriptions coming off with it, or even deterioration of the stone masonry because of the rich cement mortar. So this is an example, a couple of examples. You have introduction of permanent facilities like water tanks. Sometimes they're temporary, like you can see this little drum here, but sometimes, most often, they're permanent and they're put at a height on top of these structures. Stone surfaces hitherto not painted are painted in very callous manners. Roof repairs, addition of PVC in different places, extension of roofs. These are certain recurrent systems that one would see being introduced into these heritage temples. Very valuable and precious sculpture idols being set within painted galleries where painting is with bright colors, insensitive to the actual setting, mismatched designs, wrong aesthetics, and so on. It also has several instances in the past of very valuable and important murals being completely destroyed by regular painters who've been asked to come and protect this work, not protect this work, renovate, and they end up destroying these murals. Here you can see an example at the Tiruvayar temple where the original murals were completely destroyed in the process of so-called renovation. So these are far many examples in the state which have led to a public outcry on what the HRNC is incapable of doing and what the HRNC should actually be doing and should be careful about. So in the past, this is 2015, the court had to intervene with the public coming in and asking the HRNC to be asked tough questions on how the whole process of protection of the living heritage should be handled. So for those of you who are interested, you could look up the court documents on the writ petition 574 of 2015 in the Madras High Court, which is a fantastic academic exercise if one wants to understand the techno-legal regime that goes behind handling and tackling living heritage in very sensitive scenarios like in Tamil Nadu. So what did the writ petition of 2005 basically do? It was a suo motu writ petition in the matter relating to protection of historical monuments and places of archaeological importance. The court in 2015 stopped all renovation works in the temples of Tamil Nadu, a blanket ban, and said that interim urgent works can be carried out through the formation of an expert committee, an interim expert committee, which was to examine all proposals from temples where urgent important works had to be carried out so that processes in temples are not stopped. The cultural process, religious process in temples are not stopped until the verdict was reached. In this case, it was required that the expert committee look at proposals from different temples and see if they are acceptable and give them permission to carry out the renovation work, conservation work. So this interim expert committee consisted of Sthapati, Agama scholars, an archaeologist, a conservation expert, engineer, a structural engineer, and was, the work was carried out by the HRNC. So the secretary, member secretary of the committee was from HRNC itself, one of the commissioners from HRNC. Within the purview of this writ petition, UNESCO New Delhi was also asked to carry out a fact-finding mission and submit to the court specific observations and recommendations, and which was done in 2017. And in 2021, this was a few months ago, on the 7th of June 2021, a landmark verdict was arrived at where the writ petition was dismissed by the court, and the court, Madras High Court, the Honorable Madras High Court, gave about 75 suggestions on how the HRNC department can actually take forward the work of protection of the historical monuments. And in fact, a number of suggestions from the UNESCO fact-finding mission have also found its way into this landmark verdict and suggestions of this landmark verdict. Few of the items that this committee of the verdict talks about is the formation of a heritage commission consisting of 17 members, and the need to identify all structures, monuments, temples, antiquities with historical, archaeological importance within the state, and then protecting them. Formation of state-level expert committees responsible for according sanctions for repairs, renovations of temples and archaeological sites based on the recommendations of a district-level committee. So you put in place a system of evaluation of proposals as far as historical temples are concerned. And finally, finalization of a conservation manual for the use of the department and the officers of the department. Also, along with it, we're talking of strengthening the infrastructure and capacity at Hrnc in terms of developing a conservation laboratory, developing the education programs for the different specialists who have to be working at Hrnc in this context. So let me now come to the last part of my presentation here, which is just an insight into the complexities of this entire turf. And I had the fortune of being on that interim committee and the fortune of looking at about 500 proposals over a period of about 5 years, which is what has given the insight into where the problems lie and where possible solutions can emerge from. Now, one has to really understand the context of living temples, ancient living temples with heritage value, these temples as living monuments. They're a part of a continuing legacy that maintains the original function of the site, which is prayer. They are an inseparable part of the cultural and spiritual activities, and that's been running for centuries. Now, the classical approach to conservation of archaeological sites and monuments may not always work in living ancient temples. If you look at the archaeological interest in the temple lies in the conservation of the physical fabric to protect the architectural heritage as an object of archaeological evidence. But the religious and the cultural interest in temples caters to the spiritual dimension of people who are directly involved with these temples. Temples, as their prime purpose, have the witness of faith for which they were built. Now we have to really look at this within a multi-stakeholder environment, the archaeological perspective, the religious and the cultural perspective as well. And therefore, a middle path needs to be evolved, addressing both religious and cultural sentiments and archaeological requirements. So, we have to take cognizance of the fact that the concept of conservation and protecting temples in India is not novel. The principles of Jirnodharna, renovation of existing temples, have been expounded in the ancient texts. It actually prescribes a minimalistic approach for repairs and renovation. A graded minimalistic approach is what Jirnodharna really talks of. Therefore, there is the perspective, the traditional understanding that temple renovation is an ongoing process and one that embraces change for continuity of spiritual development. On the other hand, the modern discipline of built heritage conservation, when we bring in charters, when we bring in foreign principles, the modern discipline of built heritage conservation looks at preservation of ancient physical fabric from protecting it from loss and depletion through minimal intervention. So there is a possibility of convergence. When you talk of archaeological monuments, principles of authenticity and historicity of the original material definitely take precedence. Therefore, in this context, a conscious application of the concept of minimal intervention on the physical fabric while encouraging the continuance of the witness of faith in a living temple is really where the challenge lies, is really where the key lies. The key to a successful policy lies. So, looking at the approach to conservation and management of built heritage and living temples, it's extremely important in a context like Tamil Nadu, where you have a living intangible heritage of the Agama Shastras, the Sthapatya Veda and the Shilpa Shastras active today, it's essential to embrace rules and practices set forth by these traditional knowledge systems, the Agama Shastra, the Sthapatya Veda and the Shilpa Shastra. It has to recognize the role of the Acharya and the Sthapati in the process, and that this is an indispensable role in the upkeep of the heritage, protection of the heritage. It is possible to ensure enable a confluence of good practices of conservation engineering and traditional practices, and these traditional practices are what stand for the intangible cultural heritage. Basically, ancient temples should not be repaired or reconstructed. The concept of looking at it as repairing them or reconstructing them because they have undergone damage or have important problems should be different when we approach, should be looked at differently when we approach these ancient temples. They should only be conserved. Listing and grading is an exercise to begin with, to ensure that the intrinsic values identified in these temples are not lost in the process of conservation. The process of conservation then happens conscious of the intrinsic values, and efforts are made to ensure that these are not lost in the process of protecting these monuments. A consultative process involving multiple experts and stakeholders, and I've talked about the different disciplines that really have to be addressed, the different users that have to be addressed in such a context. The Agama Shilpa Shastra experts, the traditional Sthapatis, archaeologists, conservation experts, architects, civil engineers, structural engineers, temple administrators, devotees, the bhaktas, donors, most important, because when there is money flowing into a temple, then there is a feeling that you could renovate these temples without taking all the others into confidence. So that needs to be regulated. And therefore, the role of the donors and the local community become indispensable within this multiple stakeholder process. But then one has to also keep in mind that there is an ever-growing demand from the public in using these spaces for religious and cultural activity. And the temple administration has the responsibility of providing these facilities, but also ensuring safety at the same time. Therefore, there's a need to upgrade pilgrim infrastructure, which will definitely happen, but ensure that this happens taking care of the safety of the multitude of pilgrims coming to these temples. And this can actually be done. One needs to be able to identify what is acceptable intervention in these precincts, what should not be done in the historical core, what can be done around these temples to create such infrastructure. Therefore, conflicts on what is acceptable intervention in these precincts must be addressed through the development of master plans for the ancient temple precinct with an aim basically to conserve the historic fabric. But then when you're looking at bringing in new facilities, bringing in infrastructure, one should also be very careful that we're adopting sustainable and environmentally conscious approaches within such a context where sustainability has been at the core of such sites. And there are, of course, several dimensions to this. I just touched upon a few aspects. Some of the challenges that we have to address today, one of them being the effort to preserve the intangible heritage, the traditional knowledge system. These have evolved and been preserved through artisans involved in the designing, the building of these masterpieces. There are activities that maintain the functioning of the temple. So these together form the intangible heritage, the traditional knowledge system that needs to be preserved. And departments such as the Hrnc should have mechanisms to ensure that such skills, such knowledge systems are preserved through formal programs, through formal capacity building, education programs, and bring them into the conservation process. I'm just touching upon, as I said, few issues that are easy to list, but difficult to be addressed in a formal manner. Another aspect, which is often an elephant in the room, is in these living temples, the issue of several instances of incomplete constructions within the historical temple premise. And I'm just raising a certain point which requires debating, which requires discussion. Gopurams, for example, as far as Gopurams are concerned, this is quite a frequent situation. There are many unfinished Gopurams. In fact, some of the most important ones, the Rajagopuram of the Ranganatha Swami Temple in Srirangam, which is on the tentative list of UNESCO's World Heritage Sites. The Rajagopuram in Tenkasi is another example of Rajagopurams which have been completed in the recent past. In the last 30-40 years, these have been completed, but originally the structure was commenced 300 to 400 years ago, but never finished. So if you take this context, instances of incomplete constructions within historical temple premises, there are several requests that the department receives for completion of these incomplete works in today's context. And in many cases, these happen without the department coming to know because of the remote location of some of these temples. In many cases, there are requests which are not taken forward because of, for example, this case from 2015, which stopped all construction works in temples. Now, the understanding, there's an important understanding within this context that is required. And I'm just putting here the two sides of the discussion that can ensue to find solutions. Completion to present a unitary form of the complex, that is a complete temple as an embodiment of the Almighty, the body of the Almighty, as conceived in the Agama and Shilpa Shastras, appears to be a natural solution. And that is why many of these temples come forward with proposals to complete incomplete works. But completion of incomplete works involves conjecture and hence is unacceptable from the archaeological perspective and modern principles of built heritage conservation in terms of historicity, in terms of authenticity. But in the context of living heritage, it is justifiable, possibly, question mark, from the cultural context and the preponderance of preserving the intangible heritage over the tangible. Article 13, in fact, it's interesting to look at the international context. And it's always important to look at the international context in these circumstances. Article 13 of the Venice Charter of 1964 says, additions cannot be allowed except insofar as they do not detract from the interesting parts of the building. So something is incomplete. So it's incomplete. Its traditional setting, the balance of its composition and its relations with its surroundings. So this is an exception that even the Venice Charter is talking of. The article number 22 of the Burra Charter also says, and this is a charter on places of cultural significance, says new work is acceptable. New work to this historic setting is acceptable where it respects and does not distort or obscure the cultural significance of the place or detract from its interpretation and appreciation. New work hence should be readily identifiable and have minimal impact on the cultural significance of the place. So you start seeing small openings where this discourse can continue. Therefore, it appears that wanting to complete historical constructions in the context of living temples may not constitute a contravention of guiding principles of conservation, particularly in an environment like in Tamil Nadu, where the intangible heritage, the traditional knowledge systems through the Agama and the Shilpa Shastras are practiced to the day. Completion of such incomplete works would only increase the cultural significance of the site that we're talking about, that we want to protect. In the case of Tamil Nadu, the disciplines of Agama and Shilpa Shastras are well defined and codified, hence minimizing possible deviations due to misinterpretations or interpretations. So the conjecture being a problem probably is minimal here. Now, this is just one context that calls for a discourse and calls for putting down some very specific thoughts that regulates what is currently happening. The involvement of donors and the donors wanting to see how their money is spent is another area that needs regulation. So to close, there is an urgent need for a stated policy. Today, the department does so much of work, but there is a detailed conservation policy for the living temples of Tamil Nadu, which is yet to be written down and approved. This will be an important step towards systematically preserving the tangible and intangible cultural heritage of the region. With that, I thank you for your attention. And 75 years from the Indian independence, 75 years from the Indian independence, and that's the period that we're getting into, and 75 years 73 years from the Republic Day, paying homage to our constitution, I think it is time for India to really draft what it wants to do with its tangible and intangible heritage in the context of living religious places. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Arun, for actually raising some very valid concerns through this living case. There's one question for you from Professor Ajay Khare, sir. Is there any legislation for conservation of temple towns in Tamil Nadu?
For temple towns as such, no. There is the extension of the MSR Act, the state MSR Act is definitely there. And then the legislation for the temple towns, no, it is just through these sites. So it is just, it is just the temples themselves which come under the Hrnc Act. But the focus there is on the protection, the preservation of the practices, the religious practices, not so much focused on the protection of the tangible, along with it the intangible. So it's not a very specific act on the conservation of these temple towns.
Okay.
Thank you, Professor Khare.
Just one more concern. What I feel is the complexities of this, the entire complex being living, or any heritage resource being living, adds to a lot more to the nuances of how things can be diluted in this entire process. You mentioned of these Shilpa Shastras, Agamas, and the scholars that are on the panel also, right, among the team. So when in this concern, when you add this HRCE Policy Act, it's within the purview of Tamil Nadu. What if the similar kind of temple architecture is found outside Tamil Nadu? Will this be still applicable?
No, very much so. See,
ideally it should.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, very much, sir.
So I would think very much so, because every state has an endowments department or something similar to an endowments department. And they're really talking of living sites, living religious sites. And these are currently, when we talk of endowments departments, these are talking of the Hindu endowments, but then you can also look at all the other religious endowments. And within a more uniform way of addressing this in a democratic country, I think this is an example of how such sites can be protected, have a legal framework within protection of such sites. So the 1959 Act is a far-ranging, far-reaching act. The rules framed under it can very specifically address issues of conservation, which is what is the direction Tamil Nadu Department of Hrnc is taking, okay, which I think is a good model for all other states to follow.
Okay. In this context, we have one question from FB comments, and that is, what is your view on heritage building or temple building construction technology that can be part of architectural education syllabus?
See, I think the many architecture programs do address traditional construction materials. They probably stop at materials. History of construction courses, history of architecture courses address construction systems, historical construction systems in India. It's important to see where the traditional knowledge systems on materials, on construction systems can be embedded in these programs in a conscious manner, so that you have a pool of professionals who are aware of how to handle these historical construction materials and construction systems. I think undergraduate programs, be it engineering, civil engineering, or architecture, can only do that. You will need to go deeper into it through postgraduate programs or on-the-field training to then really be able to handle this in a more professional manner. But undergraduate programs can definitely do that, of making you aware of the existence of these systems, materials, and structures, and how to address them. At least make that framework consciously part of the syllabus.
True, true. In fact, it definitely opens up a lot more arena. There's a huge scope for that. Thank you so much, Dr. Menon, for your time, and thank you, audience, for your patience. I'd now like to hand over the session to Richa to summarize the learnings. Over to you, Richa. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sonal ma'am. So sharing on my learnings from session 1, Unprotected Heritage and the Law. So the session started with the notion of protection of heritage by Ms. Sonal Chitnis. The speaker focused on the questions like, what are we actually trying to look at when we are talking about the unprotected? The character, the skill, the evolution and transformation of the facade, the development of the city, cultural centric activities, temple towns, the living elements, sacred scapes, etc. It was further followed up by the presentation of Professor Arun Menon, which talked on developing a policy for conservation of the living temples of Tamil Nadu, the basic structure and the evolution of governmental framework for 40,000 temples were discussed, and their basic administrative and regulatory framework was discussed. After that, due to dedicated engineering wing was also provided in these cases. There were some examples of inappropriate and unregulated conservation works, which included sandblasting, pointing, the PVC and extension of roofs. So those all, and the use of bright colors in the aesthetics. So these all were actually having an insensitive approach towards these living temples. Later, he also discussed about the landmark verdict of Madras High Court on the living heritage. So basically, the context of ancient Hindu temples, they deal in with continuity, and they're inseparable from the cultural and spiritual activities, which make them living heritage. The archaeological and the physical remains are also important, but the prime purpose should also not be compromised and could be made more important. Various charters like Venice charters and Gura charter were also discussed in order to talk on the justifiability of choosing intangible heritage over the tangible heritage. Thus, a middle path is required to keep both archaeological and the cultural and the spiritual practices hand in hand. The practice of Jinodhar, which was a minimalistic approach for temple renovation, was discussed, which could be a successful key in framing the legal instruments. And the embracement of traditional knowledge system, the role of Sthapati and Acharya. Moreover, taking conservation engineering and traditional practices hand in hand would be a better approach for conserving the living heritage. Thank you so much. For the next session, I would like to call upon Ms. Lakshmi Priya from ICMOS India. She's a conservation architect and academician. She has worked as a conservation consultant with several government agencies like ASI, DDA, HUDCO on various conservation projects in India. She has worked as a senior manager in National Cultural Fund, Ministry of Culture. She was engaged in ASI projects such as restoration of Tarom Temple, Cambodia, and comprehensive conservation and management for Red Fort. She has published various papers in international conferences based on her experiences of dealing complexity of heritage management in the country. For her research, the thrust areas have been integrated conservation and heritage economics. I welcome you, ma'am, for the session 2. Over to you.
Thank you, Richa. Thank you for that introduction. The session 2 basically deals with complex heritage resources and protection, historic cities, world heritage cities, regions, and landscapes. I'm going to keep my introduction very brief because we are all waiting to listen from the key speakers. The protection and management of complex heritage resources, which include historic cities, regions, landscapes, living heritage sites, which we just heard in the previous presentation, embedded with deep-rooted traditions where the tangible is interwoven with the intangible, has always posed a challenge to professionals engaged in the field of heritage conservation. To briefly state the challenges of heritage management in our country, which most of us are familiar with, there is a lack of comprehensive understanding of the site and its values. So identification of values really becomes a major issue in our country. Inadequate protection and legislation, complex ownership patterns, multiple stakeholders and jurisdictions, development pressures, loss of continuity, lack of awareness, lack of policies, and of course, last but not the least, lack of appropriate funding mechanisms. Right from since I have been teaching integrated conservation and have been trying to understand the evolution of this whole concept, I'll put it across very briefly. Right from the 1975, when the European Charter of Architectural Heritage and the Declaration of Amsterdam were formulated, the thrust has been on the fact that conservation must be one of the first considerations in all urban and regional plans. Participation of the local authorities and citizens in conservation is essential. It is clearly stated that a comprehensive management of complex heritage sites can be done through the approach of integrated conservation, which depends on legal, administrative, financial, and technical support. This approach necessitates the adaptation of adequate legislative and administrative measures, and it also necessitates appropriate financial means. The integrated approach was further defined by the principles of sustainability, and today we are all familiar with the UNESCO's recommendation on historic urban landscapes. To address the complexities of Indian heritage sites and ensure their protection, it is essential to adopt an integrated approach which aims to bring together and integrate various disciplines for comprehensive understanding of the values and context of the heritage site, adopt a long-term vision and action plan for the protection of values of the site, integrate international principles in the national, regional, and local context for the protection of these cultural resources, address the primary concerns of local people, and empower the local community so that they're involved in the decision-making process, integrating the concerns of heritage in planning, administrative and legal frameworks, and establish a rigorous consultative process with all the stakeholders for the management of the site. Working within the existing systems and integrating the concerns of heritage at all levels, whether it's the policy, planning, or the project level, and finally with integrated action on ground in urban settings is essential. Several attempts have been made, but more needs to be done. One such model we tried to apply when we were doing the management plan along with under the guidance of Professor Nandini Thakur for the National Archives of India in Delhi. And we realized that it is such a challenge to bring multiple stakeholders together on a common platform, which will enable decision making. Taking these thoughts forward, we have with us Dr. Matthias Ripp, who has worked in historic cities. He has worked on the premise that an integrated governance model can be used successfully to emphasize urban development based and centered on built cultural heritage in urban settings. I would like to introduce the eminent speaker to all the participants. Dr. Matthias Ripp, a senior heritage manager with a background of site. He is active in numerous networks such as Heritage Europe, ICOMOS, the German Association of Cities, and is also a member of European Heritage Panel and regional coordinator for the Organization of the World Heritage Cities, Northwest Europe and North America. Among his research interests are topics like cultural heritage management, cultural heritage interpretation, sustainable development, resilience, and organizational development. He recently finished Dr. Matia's rib to make his presentation and share his experience with all of us.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this kind introduction, and thank you, Nalini Tukur, for the invitation to speak here. I will share my screen with you. So can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, perfectly. So first of all, I'm very interested in the last topic that the colleague spoke about, because I'm very interested in Kashmir Shaivism, and of course, we have to learn so many things from India. So I'm coming here more with a listener mode than with a teacher's mode. But anyway, I was asked to give a short presentation here, and I want to report about my recently finished PhD topic, and the topic was a metamodel for heritage-based urban development. So first of all, I tell you a little bit about theories, methods, and the research design that I used, including hypothesis and what was it all about, what theories have I used, what was the proposed solution, and how did I approach the research in terms of epistemology and the mixed method research design. Then I will briefly elaborate the research methods that I've used, because I think it was one strong innovative point to combine these different methodologies of grounded theory and design research methodology. And then I will describe a little bit the meta model that I have developed, how it can be applied, and also how I demonstrated or tested it. So first of all, the problem where I started was there is no general theoretical and practical guidance on how to scope and design successful heritage-based development projects. And development here, I understand not in terms of growth, but more in terms of to improve the quality of life for local communities. So my hypothesis was a meta model for heritage-based urban development can improve the quality and results of local heritage-based development processes. It can better represent urban heritage as a system, and at the same time be used to design heritage-based development processes and also to improve them. I think one key point here is to understand urban heritage as a system that is made up of tangible and intangible things, and also functions, users, subjects, objects. But it is not something that is only made of buildings, or it is not something that is following a narrative of distinction, different categories. It's more the idea to understand everything as part of one and the same system. And this systemic view, when I look at ancient India, should be very close to you. So the research questions that I have drafted here is, how can such an abstract meta model be described? How can it be applied in a broad variety of specific cases? What are the relevant factors, actors, phases, and processes at stake? And how can they be integrated in successful designs of local heritage-based development processes? And how can the meta model be used not only to structure such processes, but also to evaluate and improve existing ones? So concepts of cultural heritage, of course, they have evolved over time, and the speaker before me has raised some important international doctrines like the Charter of Venice, but there are so many other documents that were relevant for cultural heritage. At the moment, we are still following the idea of historic urban landscape, which for the first time emphasized on functions and change and a little bit on the interconnection of different things. But it doesn't really go the full way to really understand heritage as a system. And in my belief, this is what it is. It is a system, and a living system. Then, of course, we have sustainable development, a concept through the SDGs and other international initiatives is now mainstreamed. But when it was born and designed, we were all still a little bit following this improvement and growth narrative. And my feeling is that today, with climate change and resilience, this narrative is a little bit changing. So development is not necessarily about growth, but it's more about the improvement of quality of life with all its different dimensions. And the question is, of course, how do we integrate urban heritage in urban development? And do we only follow the narrative of preservation and conservation, or do we start with heritage in all our urban development processes? So if we look at the change in the conceptual understanding of cultural heritage, there have been several trends in the last years and maybe even decades. So it was from monuments to ensembles, from tangibles to tangible and intangible heritage. The role of communities was emphasized, for example, in the Faro Convention that I use very much. And recent concepts like the historic urban landscapes has emphasized the different layers and functions following the ideas of UK's urban morphologists like Jeremy Whitehead, for example. And we also have a trend from the understanding of heritage from a sole material or fabric understanding to understand it more as a system that includes objects, subjects, processes. And at the same time, the role and contribution of heritage to sustainable development is more and more recognized. If you do a Google Scholar research, you will find in the last 10 years a lot of publication that try to combine heritage and sustainable development somehow. So if you look at sustainable development, there are some concepts that are worth mentioning. We had the Agenda 21, already quite an old process, but it is still active in some cities. Then we had the Agenda 2030. We had the UN Habitat Conference, Urban Culture Future, where a lot of the documents have been prepared on the topic of heritage and sustainable development. We have the SDGs as a worldwide framework. And in Europe, something like integrated urban development has become the new gold standard with new documents from last year, like the new Leipzig Charter. And before that, we had the Leipzig Charter. We have the process of the urban agenda in the European Union, where also cultural heritage is playing a big role, and the very recent initiatives of the new Bauhaus and the Green Deal. So if we look at how can heritage be integrated in urban development, I have used 3 large-scale projects where very clearly heritage was used for urban development. So the end of the narrative, the end objective was not to conserve the heritage. Heritage was rather used as a tool in an incremental way for urban development. And the 3 projects I have used was the HERO project, where we have used management plans in actually World Heritage Site as a tool for urban development. And the second project was the COMUS project that we did together with the Council of Europe in countries of transition in Eastern Europe, like Armenia, Azerbaijan, Ukraine. And there we focused on community-based urban development, also through strategic plans. And the third project was the Hrnc model from Sweden, where heritage-based capacity building was used to enhance regional sustainable development. So in terms of disciplinary approach, I've used several theories. First of all, urban morphology from Consen, governance theory from Mark Bevier, and really the core of my work, metamodeling theory from John Peter van Gix from Argentina, but later emigrated to US and Canada. He's really a system theorist. So why did I select these theories? All these 3 theories are using a systemic approach. Urban morphology is one of the few approaches that is really highlighting interconnections, relations, and the interplay of different entities. And the theory of governance can help to understand how decisions are made concerning heritage-based urban development. And all three theories are focusing on connections and processes rather than separating things and making new definitions and opening new categories. So the theories were incremental to understand heritage-based development, and based on these, I then constructed the metamodel. So elaborating a little bit on metamodeling, I've used John Peter van Gogh, as I already said, and he was really jumping between different disciplines. He worked in engineering, but later was trained in liberal arts, and that led him towards system approaches. And in the worldview of John Peter van Gogh, the world is made of three different levels. So we have first the real world level, where things are happening in our daily life and on the ground. And this is where the implementation of systems take place. Then we have the modeling level. This is where engineers and scientists determine the specification and design details of a system. And then we have the third level, which is the meta-modeling level. This is the design of the system that designs the system. So it's really on a very high level of abstraction. And the big advantage of this high level of abstraction that is it becomes more universally applicable. You can use it almost universally in any case, while when you're on the modeling level, each model is specifically rooted in a specific context, and the transferability is usually very limited. So if you look at John Peter van Gogh and how I've used it, so in my meta model, we have three different levels. And one level is the level of the entities, of the things. Then we have entity groups. And then the highest level of abstraction is the level of the domains. It's like a category of entity groups. So my proposed solution for the problem at stake was to develop this meta model because it can be used in different scenarios, regardless of any specific environment. And this is really the advantage of meta modeling. It's complicated to make, and it's really a lot of logic involved, and it's not easy to understand and also not to communicate. But the big advantage of meta models is they are used in a universal way. So if you have unlocked the key to the meta model, then you can apply it in different contexts. And it can also help, a meta model can help to get a deeper understanding of the relevant factors and processes and how they are connected and how they are interrelated. So the way I structured my research was in 4 different phases. First, it was like a preparational phase to define the problem, select theory, select methods. Then I generated the meta model elements based on successful cases. For this, I've used grounded theory, and the epistemology was interpretivist. So I, as a researcher, had my own interpretation of what was really the success factors in the grounded theory. And then I put them on an abstract level and made the meta model elements. In the third step, I designed from these meta model elements the meta model itself. And for this, I've used design research methodology. It's actually very close to design thinking that some of you might know. And it is often used in information science, but also in architecture. And here the epistemology was positivist. So taking into account that it is a sort of defined truth, but we are also very aware that to a certain degree, we can never be sure that something is really true. And this is also very much in line with ideas, for example, of Kashmir Shaivism. So in the fourth part, I then wrote about how the meta model can be implemented and how can it be used. I developed some scenarios for the use and also some ideas for further use. So this is maybe a complicated graphic, but only to remind you of the different levels of logic. So we have the lowest level, where the entities and processes and principles from the real world are in the raw data and the text that I have examined. And from these, through grounded theory, I made these entity groups. And from these, through another process of grounded theory, I made the processes, principles, and domains. So it was a step-by-step approach to come to a very high level of abstraction for the Metamodel. So looking a little bit more at the methods I've used, so grounded theory, I don't know if many of you know it. I didn't know it before my PhD, but now I became a big fan because it's possible to examine any raw data. It can be text, it can be interviews, it can be words from the internet, it can be anything. But through grounded theory, you can prove patterns and examine patterns in these raw data. And if you do it with specific software that is available, you can later prove that the patterns you have detected are really rooted in the text. So this is why it's called actually grounded theory. And the way I used it here is an example. So you can see in the blue boxes the text from the examples that I have used. And for example, from the original text, responsible authorities for European national and regional funding, through a process of grounded theory, I developed the entity group decision makers. And this was later developed into the even more abstract domain group of people. So these are the elements of the Metamodel that I have developed. So on the top level, you see the different domains: people, resources, concepts, processes, principles, context, methods, and what I call a development narrative. And one level below, which is more specific, are the entity groups. So for example, in the domain people, the entity groups are actors, affected people, and decision makers. And you can see from the level of abstraction, you can use this Metamodel in almost any environment and fill it with very specific entities. So this is the big advantage of the Metamodel. The second method that I've used was design research methodology. And this is a method when you basically make something new, when you design something, an artifact or a building or whatever, you can use design research methodology because it follows a step-by-step approach. Some of the steps are listed here, like, for example, you define objectives and outline the artifact, and then you design the artifact, and then you demonstrate it, and then you evaluate it. And it was not easy to find a research methodology that has enough scientific rigor when you make something new, because most of the research methodologies are when you examine something that is already existing. So looking at the design research methodology, some of the requirements that I've defined for the Metamodels were, for example, the completeness. So the idea was the Metamodel shall be complete in the sense that it must represent all entities that are relevant in the heritage-based development processes. It shall be easy to understand and clear, and it shall be relevant to the problem definition. So then I designed the artifact from the elements you will see in a moment, and then I demonstrated it using the case of Regensburg where I work, because I know this case extremely well. And then I evaluated it and adapted it and sort of improved it. So the Metamodel itself, if you look at it from the general outline, it consists of 5 different phases of heritage-based urban development. The first phase is what I call the scoping phase. It's like a pre-preparational phase to define who is relevant, what are the relevant stakeholders, what cultural heritage is there, what is the governance system in place, what resources do we need, etc. Then we have the analysis phase, the development phase, the implementation phase, and the evaluation phase. And I have chosen this spiral form because when we do heritage-based urban development, we want to end up in a sort of improved situation than before, because many of the schemes are following a circular notion or a linear notion. But I decided for the spiral because I think this is best fitting. So here you have an overview of the different phases, and in each of the phases you have something like an input, things that you need for this phase. You have the relevant domains in this phase that are necessary to be integrated in the process, and you have something like an output. And each result, the result of each phase is like the starting point for the next phase. So it's like a sort of consecutive scheme. So when we look, here you can see it again, how everything builds on each other. So for example, in the scoping phase, what we need is people, resources, concepts, principles, and context. And the output is also what kind of resources are missing, for example, what principles do we want to use, what is the relevant context, what is the relevant development narrative, what are the framework conditions of processes. So in the analysis phase, for example, the output is a common understanding of the challenges at hand, of the desired concepts, of the existing context, of the development narrative, etc. One example of the phases is here the development phase, and I try to visualize it as in this round table situation because it becomes immediately visible that the key role has like the moderator of the process. And in this development phase, the idea is together develop a vision, a strategy, and modes of planning. And the relevant things you can see are different resources like material resources, skills, intangible heritage, but also things like creativity and innovation. And of course, the development narrative is also relevant because we need to have a common understanding of challenges and threats and potential benefits, for example. Methods are relevant. How do we work together in this process and later? So to give you an idea how it looks like in the development phase, and one nice phase term that I have borrowed from Christa Gustafsson for this phase is it's something like a trading zone, because the different people have to work together and trade things, and in the end everyone must have a sort of benefit. So when it comes to the use of the Metamodel, so I developed 3 scenarios in my PhD. The first one was the design of heritage-based development processes. The second one, the evaluation, and the third one, improvement. And additional potential scenarios are, for example, to use the Metamodel in teaching and training, in university curricula, for example. It can also be used to coach persons who are involved in heritage-based development processes to make them have an understanding what is relevant and what are the different phases and what are different skills, etc. It can be used to develop new curricula, and of course also to structure scientific work like comparative studies, for example. So one example of a scenario, this is the scenario design heritage-based development processes. So first of all, it takes into account the uses of the Metamodel, then the use, then the general use, then the specific use, for example, understanding the different phases, develop a realistic understanding of the time needed, understand what different entities on the local level, so the metamodel is filled with the real world entities, are relevant, and understand and define the role of the key driver in the process. This is extremely relevant, especially in the scoping phase, because many processes that go bad have really a problem with people. And it's also another point is to understand and define the governance of the process and how decisions are made, etc. Then, of course, I examine the benefits of the metamodel versus other approaches. And one of the benefits is it's universal. And it's also using a very systemic understanding. So it's not necessary to deal with tangible first and intangible later, but you can do everything in one process. So then I developed like a step-by-step guide. It's all in the book, and pitfalls and potential problems. So coming to the end, answering the research question. So how can an abstract metamodel be described? So the metamodel, as I have introduced it to you, consists of this spiral form with 5 different phases: scoping phase, analysis phase, development phase, the implementation phase, and the evaluation phase. And the elements of the metamodel are the entity groups and domains, and they are of different relevance in each of the 5 phases. What are the relevant factors, actors, phases? So these are those I have identified in the metamodel, and how can it be used? As I've already explained, it's through these different scenarios. I have elaborated in detail how to use the metamodel to design or, for example, improve such processes. So critical reflection. Urban entities and processes are interconnected and fluid. It's not static, as we've heard in the last presentation on the spiritual use of temples, for example. Nothing static here. So the consequence in my mind is we need, and it's maybe not a need, maybe it's a must, for this systemic view. As difficult as it is to acquire, it is better able to reflect the reality than, for example, concentrating only on the physical aspects of urban heritage. There is a tendency among scholars and also urban practitioners to shy away from this big picture approach because it feels much more comfortable to stay in your comfort zone and only deal with physical fabric and material aspects. But I think we need to try to understand the system, and in the last, I would say, 3 years, more and more research has been published that is following this idea. So the metamodel can be used on all 3 levels of van Gog's worldview. It can be used to assess heritage-based processes in the real world, to assess also models for heritage-based development. In brackets, I don't believe very much in models because they are always context-specific. And of course, the metamodel itself could be further developed and used to develop, for example, principles for each of the 5 phases, or to develop something like a metamodel for a city or other uses. So the restrictions of its use are basically determined by the fact that, first of all, the user will need to understand what a metamodel is. It sounds easy, but it is absolutely not. And the use for local heritage-based development processes in a direct way is limited because you always have to translate the metamodel to a specific local context and fill it with the real-world entities. So the consequences of the research result, I think, with this research, a systemic understanding of successful heritage-based urban development processes has been developed and can be applied. And especially the importance of the scoping phase, this pre-planning phase, before you bring the people together, has clearly been documented and demonstrated. It was very strong present in all the 3 used case models. And I think it should be given priority whenever such processes are defined. And another consequence is, of course, the relevance of site managers, key actors, and their skills. We site managers need especially facilitation skills, moderation skills, process development skills. And to be honest, not many of us have those skills. So further research could contribute to a better understanding, for example, to analyze the city as a system in general and expand relevant notion. There's room for more research to integrate and expand the quality of life concept with heritage-based urban development, and of course the new concept of resilience that we use now so often in connection to climate change. And what's the outlook? I think the Metamodel can be used as a sort of standard setting tool for heritage-based development processes for example, international organizations. It can be used to professionalize heritage-based development processes, and this is relevant for organizations and institutions. And a closer focus on the processes can also emerge, leaving the concentration on collecting proof that heritage can be a resource. I think there is enough proof at hand. For example, Cultural Heritage Counts for Europe, big publication a few years ago. But now we can focus more on the quality, efficiency, and effectiveness of such processes. I think that in the real world, we will see a professionalization of the integrative roles for such processes among key actors and site managers. And also, hopefully, the Metamodel will provide stimulus to reach one coherent understanding of heritage-based development processes across a wide range of different cultural contexts, connect practitioners and researchers around the world, and enhance the professionalization and quality of such processes, in the end, always to benefit the quality of life for the members of the local communities. Thank you so much. With this, I'm coming to the end, and I'm very happy to answer any questions that may have come up.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rip. We do have a question in the chat box. I'm just reading that question. It is from Priyanka Kuril. In today's scenario, in global as well as Indian case, which approach would be more effective, model-based heritage management protection to holistic approach of heritage protection? What the experts believe to be more feasible?
Okay, as I try to elaborate, I'm not a believer in models because models are often too concrete and rooted in a specific context. So yes, this meta model that I have introduced could be, of course, used in India and could be filled with the specific real-world entities. And by doing this, it would be ensured that you really capitalize on successful models and on successful processes. And one precondition is to have a holistic understanding of heritage. I mean, I talk of heritage as a system and process that belongs to local communities. And I think this is, at one hand, of course, I wish that ICOMOS is going more in this road. Maybe here I can say it because there's not a lot of documents that follow this line. But it's maybe not so much documents that we need, but it's more mindsets that we need. We need people that approach such processes with a mindset that it's a system that is made of different entities, tangible, intangible, people, processes, and then you have a good ground for successful processes. And feasibility, you talk about feasibility, what is feasible? We have, for example, in the COMOS project, in one point in this process, when it comes to the development of a vision and specific actions, then we have introduced also feasibility studies for very specific interventions like the renovation of a public space or the new use for a building or whatever.
Thank you. There's one more question. Trading zones function more or less as negotiations for development. How does one ensure that the cultural resources are not compromised upon? Does legal strengths and constraints come to the table, or it is really for stakeholder discussions?
Thank you for this question. This is extremely important. I mean, and this was the groundbreaking work of Krista Gustafsson in the Haaland model. If you're interested, there are many articles on it if you look at Google Scholar. So, I mean, what happens in real life, and in my normal role as a site manager, I'm in this situation also very often. I mean, a development process has started, and along the way, heritage is discovered. Oh, there's heritage. Now we need to include the preservation colleagues in the process. And it's very often very late in the process. And then the role for the preservationists is usually to say, no, it's not possible. We have limitations, things like that. So the idea of Krista Gustafsson in his trading zone was to bring the different spheres of development and preservation together from the very start. And this is also why I call my Metamodel heritage-based urban development. It starts with heritage. So the colleagues responsible for preservation and conservation, inventarization, etc., they are at the table from the very beginning. And this is a much better guarantee that, as you write, the cultural resources are not compromised. Of course, any change is about defining possible changes. And I think a rigid mindset that nothing can be changed is not helpful in any case. But if you start the process with having the heritage experts sitting at the table from the very beginning, you have a totally different starting point, and the process will be a totally different one than when you start the process and heritage comes in later. We have really tried this out also in the Comus project, and the results were really, really good because it created also a group dynamic. It created a feeling of it's our joint project. We have common visions. We are both here to do the best for the local communities, and it's not one against the other. And I think it's very often the problem that we have this different disciplinary approaches, and then we have this one against the other. And it's one idea. So the second part of the question, does legal strength and constraints come to the table, or is it really for stakeholder discussions? Well, of course, we are always working in a legal framework, and in my model, in the analysis phase, which is the second phase, what we did, for example, in the HERO project, we did a very thorough analysis of the legal framework, of the existing regulations, either on the national, regional, or even local level. So, and we made a collection just for everyone to understand what is the starting point. And I think this is also crucial because very often when you have a conflict, it becomes very clear that there was not a shared understanding of the challenges at hand. And this is why in my model, in the analysis phase, already together with the stakeholders, you develop this joint understanding of the problem at stake and the challenges. And for this, of course, we need to know what is the legal framework, what is possible, where are red lines, whatever. So I think it's more about this process to develop this understanding of the problem at hand together, and not bringing the people together when each one has a different understanding of the problem, because this is almost a guarantee for conflict.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. This meta model was kind of a, when you started explaining, we thought it may be something so complex, but you made it so simple that we could understand what you were trying to tell us. And I hope, we'll be able to apply such solutions for to address the complexity of our science. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
With that, we end this session, and I give the floor to Richa. Richa, can you?
Thank you so much, ma'am. Sharing my learnings from session 2, complex heritage resources and protection, historic cities, world heritage cities, regions and landscape. The session started with the introductory lecture from Lakshmi Priya ma'am. She talked on the importance of integrated management system for etiquette heritage protection, later followed by the concept of Metamodel for heritage development by Dr. Rip. Dr. Rip talks on, as of now, there has been no universal model for theoretical and practical guidance for heritage-based development projects. Metamodel is capable of responding to such explicated problems. Universal way it could be applied in different contexts, because globally they have to deal with various geographical and cultural contexts. Deeper understanding of processes and how they are related would be key to this model. Various theories like the grander theory, use of case model, and various mixed method approach was used for creating this model. It could be a ladder of abstraction which leads to universally acceptable approach for a subject. It could be applied for a variety of purposes. Urban entities, processes could be interconnectedly understandable, and Metamodel can be developed on the basis of the 3 model. It could be applied on various urban contexts, regional context, and on various local levels. Could be integrated with the quality of life concept, or maybe for the purpose of urban resilience. It could be a standard setting tool for the heritage-based development process. Thank you so much for the session. I would like to request Professor Lakshmi Priya ma'am to moderate the session 3, Public Interest Litigation, a mode for extension of protection.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the workshop. We will now resume with session number 3. Can we please have the slideshow? Wonderful. Okay, so we'll now resume with the 3rd session of the workshop on public interest litigation as a mode of extension of protection. I again invite Ms. Lakshmi Priya to please provide the introductory remarks for the session and take it forward from here. Thank you.
Thank you, Nizari. Yes, going to session 3, public interest litigation can be seen as a mode of extension of protection for heritage. It enables persons and organizations towards judicial intervention. A PIL can be filed whenever any public agency or even government fails to provide the requisite protection or fail in their responsibility towards maintenance or preventing the causes which damage the heritage of our country. Derived from the Article 32 of the Constitution of India, Supreme Court can invoke the PIL. In several cases, it has been successful in the urban context. PIL for heritage belongs to the category of petitions pertaining to environmental pollution, disturbance of ecological balance, drugs, food adulteration, maintenance of heritage and culture, antiquities, forest and wildlife, and other matters of public importance. There are examples of PILs and how they've impacted the protection of heritage in India. The PIL acts like a catalyst towards extending the protection, plays a role in enforcing law for heritage protection, helps in protecting the heritage for reasons beyond the site boundaries of protected monuments, and PIL can be done against historical deconstruct. Very interestingly, recently there was a PIL to stop works in 100 meters of protected old Goa monuments. A PIL has been filed before the High Court of Bombay at Goa by the environment and heritage activists seeking directions to the state government to stop all construction, development, excavation work being carried out within 100 meters of protected monuments at Old Goa. The respondents in the case are the state, PWD, ASI, Town and Country Planning Department, and Village Panchayat of Old Goa. The petition states that the state government and PWD carried out within 100 meters of the said monuments illegal constructions, excavation of pits, and demolition of an old portion of the arsenal wall. On this note, I would like to introduce you to the speaker of this session, who is an expert and comes from Goa. She is Ms. Poonam Varma Mascarenhas. She is an architect, building conservationist, researcher, and writer with 3 decades of domestic and international experience. She's the founding director of the Goa-based award-winning studio Arkinova Environments. She is the Charles Wallace Fellow and has extensively worked in Jaipur, Amer, Goa, Kerala, Coorg, and Auroville, and her recent projects include the rehabilitation of Shimla Town Hall and the conservation of historic urban precincts and buildings in Mandi, comprising temples, ghats, a bridge, and adaptive reuse of an historic school. She is also the co-founder of Goa Heritage Action Group and serves on the first Scientific Council Steering Committee of ICOMOS India and on the Senate of SPA Vijayawada. She's the author and contributor of numerous articles and books related to traditional buildings, latest being The Mapped Heritage of Panaji, Goa, published in 2018, and Water Culture Connection in volume 80 of the International Journal of Acoustics, and the New Habitat special issue, India and Jugaad. She will be today presenting on Old Goa Misadventure. Poonam, may I invite you to make the presentation and share your thoughts and experience with all of us. The floor is yours, Poonam.
Thanks very much. Thank you, NSC-THEOPHIL, Education, Training, NSC-LAFI, and Nalini specifically. Let's get on with it because we have a lot to go through. Is it moving? It's not moving now. Oh dear.
We are on the first slide.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Now
yes,
moved.
it's going, yes.
Okay. And how do I change the view to gallery or something? I minimize this. No. Yeah. Best. Right. So Indian context. My favorite site. Earliest presence of humans on Indian subcontinent dates back to 100,000. It is good to take a pause and think about it. Beginning at the now World Heritage Site of Bhimbetka cave dwellings, whose real significance was discovered only in 1970. Medieval India saw subsequent centuries of demolition, material reuse for new construction, additional patterns of assimilation, appropriation, adaptation, adoption, and fusion has continued to shape the built environment through the subsequent era. No wonder it has been interpreted differently by the travelers, by the writers, by the authors, by the residents, and 70 years, as Arun said, maybe now we have to find our own ways. So let's look at Goa, the smallest state of India, and see if we can make sense of what is going on with us. Land area 3,702 square meters, only 2 districts. And yet it is a very special and is very rich architecturally from its past, nestled between Arabian Sea and the west and the Western Ghats in the east. It is endowed with nature's beauty with 160 kilometers of coastline, 7 major rivers, 3 of which are navigable, several islands, backwaters, and one of the best natural harbors in the whole of South Asia. The beaches and the sea along the European-looking brightly colored building, churches, and huge temple complexes has made it popular tourist destination. While the historic context of Goa goes back to the late Upper Paleolithic period, while we also have Mesolithic engravings found on the river Kushavati, said to be 10,000 years old. Its more recent documented history can be dated to 10th century, when Goa was ruled by the kings of Kadamba dynasty. Goa was consequently under Vijayanagara kings and Islamic rulers from the Deccan, and the Portuguese rulers from the overseas. Since its liberation from Portuguese only in 1961, it has been widely promoted as a tourist destination for both foreign and domestic tourists. Looking at the context of administrative, we have Urban Development Department, which does development plans for 20 years. Town and Country Planning Department, which does long-term regional plan. Town and country planning works according to the Act of 1974, which is land use legislation, responsibility of each state, and declaration of heritage conservation areas as well. And then we have municipalities. In terms of legislative, we have Forest Conservation Act, Environmental Protection Act, Coastal Regulation, Zone Notification and Heritage Conservation of 1991, Environmental Protection Act and Eco-Sensitive Zone July 2000, and there are at least 2 more which are coming in for wetlands and for biodiversity. In terms of archaeology, we should remember that Ancient Monuments and Archaeological Sites Act 1958 amended in 2010 gave provision for 100 meters no development zone, 200 meters of regulated, right? And for each of the national monuments. And the National Monuments Authority has been constituted. While the amendment has come in 2017, which gives provision for public works within that 100-meter prohibited zone under recommendation of NMA after heritage impact assessment. And then we have State Department Archaeology, which is the Goa Daman Diu Ancient Monuments Archaeological Sites Remains Act 1978 with rules of 1980. Also, let's remember Article 51A of our Constitution gives us that it is the duty of every Indian citizen to protect and improve the natural environment, including forests, lakes, rivers, wildlife, and to have compassion for living creatures. And the constitutional amendment, the 73rd, and came, which was passed in 92 and came into force in 93. It was meant to provide constitutional sanction to establish democracy at the grassroots level as it is at the state level or national level. Amongst other key objectives, one is to promote bottom-up planning, for which the District Planning Committee, DPC, is in every district has been accorded a constitutional status with clear mandate on inclusive, integrated, and participatory planning for both managing resources and spatial development. The 74th Amendment made similar provisions related to urban local governance, the Nagarpalikas. Now, the interrelationship of various sectors that together impact our living environment fueled my interest in regional plan for Goa, which was in. Now, regional plan RP 2011 was delayed and it got notified only in August 2006. It was in an architect's office that the decoding of the land use as stipulated in documents began. It was an exercise in color coding and mapping the land use, settlement, orchard, commercial 1, commercial 2, etc. And the resultant map, when overlaid on Google Map, was a shock to say the least. The marshes, the forests, notified and private, mangroves, even the coastal lands, which would be governed by CRZ, had been given settlement status in large chunks. With no substantial demographic shift in the state, one had to wonder at the logic of such major alteration. Public meetings followed. All these findings were brought to the 350 NGOs active in Goa. Massive movement going then to the colleges, to the schools, to the religious institutions, and the government of Goa, which was appeal was made to them through this public meetings, which were held finally on the 18th December 2006 with one single cry, revoke RP 2011. Indeed, the regional plan was revoked because there were elections. Perhaps again, we have elections. March, April, state assembly elections, Congress re-elected, setting up of a task force. And the likes of architect Charles Correa and Professor Edgar Ribeiro were on the task force. Draft RP 2021 got notified in October 2008 and has many new headings. Eco-sensitive zone 1 and 2 of being great interest, for it not only mentions nature as heritage, but also views built heritage as an important resource. Soon after, state level committees were set up And then came the amendments to the TCP Act of 78 with a 16 and 16A, which in practice exempted all government projects from the purview of RP. PIL is in quote. Let's move on. October 2009 to 2011, RP 2021 was released in 4 phases for 11 talukas only. Personally, while facilitating the review of the draft plan by Village Para, power of mapping in empowerment of citizens became a profound experience. The motivated villagers resident required some technical advice and hand-holding on the process of mapping, and soon they had marked all the missing info on the village plan. Then the projected land use changes were marked and aspirations were discussed, consensus were reached, and the various aspects, FAR, widths of road, commercial areas, institutional areas, protected areas, no development areas, and so on and so forth. And guess what? Just look at the list of the heritage that they marked on their plans. Not only the built heritage, church, chapel, crosses, but also animal paths, nature trail, nesting areas, and their centuries-old banyan trees, which any professional, I'm sure all of you would agree, would have missed it. To the citizens of Para, the mapping exercise facilitated the ownership of development. The key word is ownership, and in this scenario, it translated into collective responsibility. The peer pressure ensured the shift from my plot to the well-being of my village. This was a heartening experience. Let us now move to Old Goa, where we have 40 of the 21 sites, we have 14 in Old Goa, of which 7 belong to World Heritage Sites. This, when we look at the Google, these are the 7 which are monuments. This is quite typical case, as we have also heard from Nalini about Humpty. You have a region, you have a landscape, and then certain monuments are picked up and made into a World Heritage Site. So what are the issues? Actually, this has city which has boundaries, which has Adil Shahi city, Portuguese era Cidade Goa, outer fort wall from Kadamba. Not only that, it has another 7 which are protected by ASI, another 9 which are protected by State Archaeology Department. And when we undertook the research, we found that there are archaeological unprotected sites, almost 17 of them. Then there are underground sites. Remember, Rima ji was talking about it. These are all sites which are yet to be explored, 30s of them. So using the 1778 map in 2013 or so, my office and my colleagues, we got together. We said, let's just try and put it onto the Old Goa map, create awareness. And so here you see archaeological, ASI in red, green are the state protected, blue are the unprotected, and purple are the archaeological sites, all marked. And behind it, I mean, it's a 2-page map out in public domain. There is information about the timelines. So if we look at this with all WHS, ASI, state protected, unprotected, this is what the site looks like. But look at the regional plan for say Old Goa Panchayat. No mention of heritage. Then we took it up as GHAG Honorary Secretary and with Professor Ribeiro, at that time the chairperson, did the map, gave it to the TCP and rallied with them, but it is still pending notification. Why am I talking about this? Because please pay attention to this region. Here is what WHC nomination documentation shows the buffer area, and there is Largo of St. Cajetan, the case study that is about to begin. And it is very clear in this that the map appended to the letter clearly marks off the protected areas and the zones where construction will be permitted in keeping with the recommendation expressed in 1983 by ICOMOS and by World Heritage Committee. And thus it was given the status of World Heritage Site. We are looking at Largo of St. Cajetan, Largo of Saint Cajetan. Please pay attention to it. The Saint Cajetan is the church here, the footprint. And we are talking about the Largo, which is also one of the ASI protected national monument. There is no monument, but it is a land. The satellite images, which shows you, this is the area that we will be focusing on, right? In January 2020 and then March 2021. If we put the boundaries of ASI, it is right within the 100 meters of two monuments, which is Arch of Viceroy, as well as the Largo. It is in the Largo, actually. So in order to understand fully what happened, I thought timeline is the best way forward. So here we are, October, RPG 21 notified. The protection area is not marked, nor any of the prohibited and regulated buffer zone. Then in April 2015, Jose Maria Govia Pinto, or let's just call him Mr. Pinto, applies to the deputy collector to correct the survey records. And what does he say? That the land survey from 1974 to this date do not show any existing structure in plot. And he alleges that there existed a structure measuring 397 square meters, which was demolished in a cyclone in 1992. Then a government surveyor visits the site and verified that there exists a structure with the same measurements. Then Mr. Pinto sells his plot in May 2015 to Mrs. Shaina NC and Mr. Suraj Lolitkar. The plot is divided into two portions, which is 9,800 square meters, and the husband of Shaina NC 2,100 square sold to Mrs. Suvarna Suraj Lotlekar, wife of Suraj L. Lotlekar. Till date, actually, the subdivision has not been done and the plot is co-owned. Then Mr. Pinto applies to National Monuments Authority and Goa Coastal Zone Management Authority. Mr. Pinto requests NOC to undertake reconstruction on his plot from the above agencies. Now, Secretary Archaeology, competent authority of NMA, passes his application to the superintending archaeologist of ASI Goa Circle. In October 2015, ASI Goa submit a report to the Secretary Archaeology. Now, what does he say? He enclosed a site inspection report. Competent authority cannot grant permission to repair reconstruction. He also mentions that the plot is needs to be sought from New Delhi. Application for the construction of residential house falls in the protected area, okay, of the centrally protected monuments of Arch of Viceroy and the World Heritage Site of Church of Saint Cajetan, Old Goa. Since the proposed construction is entirely new, permission cannot be granted as it falls within the protected area. And technical permission in protected area need to come from Delhi. Now in 2015 November, CZMA grants the NOC and it also reports that there is one dilapidated structure present. January, Mr. Pinto applies to Goa Town and Country Planning Department for technical clearance. Mr. Pinto files an application titled Proposal of Reconstruction of Existing House in property bearing whatever numbers, and Deputy Town Planner Goa TCP forwarded to the Conservation Committee or the Heritage Committee for advice. Now 2016, Conservation Committee conducts inspection of the site and discusses at its 12th meeting. The applicant present that the structure was between 100 to 300 meters from the protected monument. The same was verified through the site inspection by technical members of the committee, namely architects Ketak Nachnolkar, Snehalata Pednekar, John Marcelo, engineer Thomas Costa, and Mr. Varat Sabdes. Now the plans, and they write in their minutes, plans placed before GCZMA were discussed and there was no objection from a conservation point of view to permit a ground plus 1 story structure. Now the committee also expressed no objection to the reconstruction from the conservation point of view and considered the project subject that the applicant obtains an NOC from NMA prior to commencement of any construction activity. The superintending archaeologist of ASI Goa, who is also the member, does not attend the meeting. He is not even invited. Then in June 2016, ASI Goa submits a reply to the minutes of the Conservation Committee. And he did mention it, communicated to the committee that the project falls within the protected area and the permission is granted by Director General of the ASI, New Delhi, not the NMA. He points out that this office has already rejected the application of Mr. Pinto in the past and directed him to approach DGASI first. He also pointed out that his office are well aware of the limits of protection, protected, prohibited, regulated areas, and his office be invited in future for any such site inspections. Nevertheless, in October 2016, Chief Town Planner informs the Deputy Town Planner of the conditional approval of Conservation Committee. The Chief Town Planner, Member Secretary, Conservation Committee shares the observation and then he communicates the approval of the committee, and so further it should be just given, subject to further compliance of the conditions as imposed by ASI. November 2016, Village Panchayat, which does not have any technical capability themselves, based on the TCP's approval, also gives approval. And then in an undated 2017-18 letter, Mr. Pinto applies to DGASI for repair permission. Now, after obtaining Panchayat, TCP, GCMA, all these, and mentioned 110 meters from the protected monuments. He also mentioned that the Conservation Committee has endorsed the architectural design of the structure. He enclosed the following documents: ownership documents, survey, NOC from Panchayat, house tag received, approval plan, ASI Goa's site inspection report of 2015 without photo. Now, photographs of the large Goan house in Perne, alleging it to be the photographs of existing structure. Photographs showing St. Cajetan Church, Aj of and nearby modern structures. ASI Goa in 2018 conducts a survey of all its properties in Goa. And in this survey, they also do the survey of this particular property and mark a hut, a plinth, basically a small structure of 80 square meters. Here are the some proofs. So the resurvey of land records of 2015 puts a fictional plinth into the plot. And this is the picture that Mr. Pinto submits, that this was the house which was there on the site. But this house actually exists in Perne. And members of Save Old Goa found this house and took the superintending ASI Goa circle to the house, and they compared the photographs and they said indeed. So basically the whole claim that there was a house before the cyclone in itself was a fraud. Yet it continues. This is the notification of 1968 where everything is marked, and we are talking about this pink part of the plot. Very clear. They know what are the properties, what are the property numbers, survey numbers. And in ASI Goa report of 2015, they again say application for construction residential house falls in protected area of the centrally protected. And also mentioned it may be that there is proposed construction is repairs of the existing structure as it may be granted without addition to the structure. Technical permission of protected area has been beyond the terms and references of the National Monuments Authority. And yet we continue. This is a letter of 2010, April 6. Kindly find enclosed copy of Gazette, and here the TCP is being made aware of the amendments that have come to the of 100 meters and 200 meters, and all the maps and everything is shared with the Chief Town Planner. So this is clearly a case of deliberate negligence by the Chief Town Planner. He was aware. What are we talking about? So this is the survey map, Goa ASI survey of 2018, in accordance to 35A of AMSAR. They measure, and this is the hut. Yeah. And these are the photographs, and this has been taken from the ASI report. Now we compare land records which are amended in 2015 puts a plinth here. Lands ASI survey of 2018 puts the hut here. The resurvey done by Land Survey Department in 2015 was fraudulent, as till 2018 there was only one hut. And here is the minutes from the Heritage Committee, which actually mentions that the application, because the applicant has obtained NOC from GCMA as well as from town and existing FR, existing plinth area, existing density, and so they may be granted permission. Now here we have another two letters, which is from the, this is that advice of the Heritage Committee is wrong, and still the final technical killer. And look at the date. This is already in 2016, and yet they know it is in protected area. And here is March, when we are talking about 2020, March 18th. And here said, during the inspection, it is found that the photograph submitted by the applicant is false, and the claim of existence of a house in survey number for this before the year 92 is fake. And yet, so let's continue. December 2018, ASI New Delhi seeks clarification from Mr. Pinto. Now, Director Monuments points out that the land is in Mrs. Suvarna Suraj Lotlikar, not Mrs. Lotlikar name, and to please clarify the issue of ownership. Mrs. Lotlikar replies to ASI, says it's a mistake, and then permission grant, the mistake in the name of permission granted. ASI New Delhi asks her to submit fresh application. In February 2020, ASI New Delhi grants repair permission to Mrs. Lotlikar with the following, that the existing height, breadth, and width will be preserved, the permission be non-transferable, and the permission does not cover reconstruction, only repair. In February, ASI Goa seeks clarification from them, asking them that the permission was granted only for repair. He requests Mrs. Lotlikar to convene a site visit, wherein his team can document the existing structure before she commences work. And he also asks her to submit the building plans which have been approved by the Director Monuments in behalf of DGASI. In February 2020, Mrs. Lotlikar informs the ASI Goa that she does not have an approved plan from DGASI. And she points out that no building plans approved by DGASI have been given. She requested ASI Goa to convene a site visit, inspect and submit the plans. And he submits the plans approved by the TCP department. In February, ASI Goa writes another letter to them demanding that she stop work. Why? Because he writes multiple letters noting that a scaffolding has been erected on site, excavation has started, and points that the permission was granted only for repair. He requests Mrs. Lotlikar to stop all work until she can submit plans and notes that are as per permission of Director Monuments. She cannot extend the height or the length of the structure. He otherwise demands that she coordinate a site inspection with his office. Does not happen. So what we have, the construction is not only a new construction, it is in a different part of a plot as the above survey plan shows, both the new plinth and the hut location that existing prior to 2020. And here is actually the letter from DGASI Delhi, which I clearly say permission does not cover reconstruction. So what is happening next? ASI Goa issues show cause notice in February to June 2020 to Mrs. Lotlikar to stop work and justify. Now, because the demolition has happened, now constructing a new structure and cannot justify repair. Mrs. Lotlikar approaches the court. She moves the High Court of Bombay at Goa, which says that in submitting TCP approved plans before the DGASI and obtaining development permissions for the same, the DGASI has de facto approved the reconstruction based on those plans. The court scraps all letters issued by Goa ASI after 3rd of February, and the court makes Mrs. Lotlikar swear to proceed with construction in accordance to the ASI New Delhi's permission. Mrs. Lotlikar starts concrete structure. Now the project proponents demolish the existing hut in January. They excavate the trenches with machine. By April, a reinforced concrete plinth and foundation is complete. ASI Goa issues show cause notice to Mrs. Lotlikar in April and explains the proceedings and explains that the demolition of existing structure, Mrs. Lotlikar is now constructing a new construction structure and cannot justify repair. That's when in April, Save Old Goa Action Committee approaches the High Court. Save Old Goa Action Committee alleges that the superintending archaeologist of ASI Goa has been silenced by certain parties. They point out that the state government and its agencies have no jurisdiction over the protected area. They allege the work going on in reconstruction, not repair. They submit photographs showing the demolished structure, and the court dismisses their claims on reconstruction and fraud, saying it would involve adjudication into highly disputed facts. The court held as long as Lotlikar is constructed in accordance to the permission of ASI New Delhi, which is to be read in accordance with permissions issued by state authority, there is no matter to adjudicate. That's when Mrs. Lotlikar challenges ASI Goa's stop work order and actually files a contempt of court in the High Court of Goa. I know we are running a little late. Let me just finish. So High Court judgment comes in and it says Lotlikar were in accordance with permission of DGASI, TCP, and not, who also did not. TCP did not testify. GCZMA also did not. Save Old Goa Action Committee file an SLP in Supreme Court. Advocate Colin Gonsalves is presently arguing the case for Save Old Goa. In August is when people are apprised with all of this, and Youth Goa organizes together with Heritage March to Old Goa. Munot and Rotika, under the pressure of the people, in August, they sell to their property to Messrs. Corvus Urban Infrastructure on 24th August. Supreme Court issued notices to ASI New Delhi, which in turn transfers superintending archaeologist ASI Goa. The timing of transfer appears to be in response to the notice issued by Supreme Court, and people were really upset because, well, in November, Mahamorcha, Goans for Old Goa, over 5,000 citizens, Goa came to Old Goa to protest on the construction, which is now almost complete. Politicians join in December. TCP revokes technical clearance to the project. And now he says, citing Mr. Pinto applying while not owning the land, and ASI permission superseding the TCP permission and not permitting reconstruction. Now TCP further asked the panchayat to take necessary action. Then the village panchayat also revokes, and show cause notice has been issued to Pinto, to Munot, to Lotlikar, to Corvus. The notice requests the applicants and owners to clarify all the irregularities. And Mr. Pinto says, well, after selling his property, he was nowhere in the scene. And somebody has actually forged his signatures on all applications. Can you believe it? So here are some pictures of course, there was a massive protest. Some of you know about it. And this is in August to December, 5,000 people coming together. So a little hut demolished, house comes up within few months. And then here is on 21st November, the house is almost complete. And this is April when it is demolished. And this whole investigation report, and we had to go through, all of us were involved in it. And special mention of architect Tahir Norona with inputs from Miss Andrea Mascarenas from the Save Old Goa committee, who collected all that information through RTI, Professor Edgar and Miss Heta Pandit. And these are some of the clippings from the newspapers where people are not giving up. They decided we are not going to just sit back and let the courts or the TCP or the panchayat decide. So strike will coincide with Naveenas, serial kind of, it's like a continuation chain hunger strike and demand getting illegal structure raised to ground. Satyagraha will continue, and it is continuing till date. Meanwhile, locals gathered and the protested centers moved to transfer ASI chief. Meanwhile, the activists from SAIL are very clear. Till the structure is not demolished, they are not giving up the Satyagraha. Now, it raises a few questions. If you allow me, I can go through it or I can stop here. Basically, Save Old Goa petition filed in Supreme Court. There are 7 points. And it also says statutory, the complication has arisen due to the concealment of protected areas in the statutory plans of State of Goa by the State, Town and Country Planning Department. The concealment of these areas is intentional and it must be done immediately to be on the. And where can we go from here? The state TCP department has to immediately demarcate on the regional plan, the CDP, the following: protected, prohibited, regulated areas for entire state, we are asking. The NMA and ASI need to formulate and issue heritage bylaws and prepare site plans for all 21 sites, specifying the protected, prohibited, regulated. A conservation-led management plan should be prepared, as well as investigation to be launched into the fraudulent doctoring of official documents by the following departments: Directorate of Land Survey and Records, Office of the Deputy Collector, Village Panchayat, Town and Country Planning, and Goa State Coastal Zone Management Authority. The members of the Conservation Committee who have wrongly advised the state government need to be held responsible and also dismissed immediately, while the illegal construction needs to be demolished and the repartitions to the Largo of St. Cajetan need to be made. Thank you so very much. That's about it.
Coordinators, as former member of National Monument Authority, I cannot resist intervening.
Please do.
Many congratulations, Poonam, and your fight is really amazing. And I would like to just mention one thing, that 2017 amendment was never approved by Parliament. There is no provision that even in prohibited area, anything public work can be done. No, and government could never gather courage to put it again in the Parliament because that was rejected. More power to you and more power to us.
But I just saw the research that is still saying that they are going for it and it has been amended. I don't know. Thank you for telling me that.
No, it is not amended and it will never be amended till the time we all agree.
Oh, yeah, it is mentioned that it has to be through NMA, but I mean, that little thing is being left there. So thank you for telling me that. I'll correct it in my in documentations also. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Poonam. Thank you so much. It was a journey that you took us through, and oh my God.
Yeah, because it's unbelievable, and I was struggling how to convey it, and I thought, let me see if the timeline helps, because actually it's really mind-boggling. I mean, for us to believe that this is what is happening is still. I mean, I think the first few. I'm glad that the first few presentation gave us so much hope, and you know. But can we legislate the greed of human being? I really want to discuss that. So anyway,
right. I'm just looking at the chat box to see if there are any questions. There are some comments, of course. The fight is long and difficult. Congratulations to your team and more power to us all trying to protect the heritage. So, you know, yes, the struggle is on. We are all struggling, working in that direction. Anybody, any questions for her?
If you allow me, I'd like to share one thought out of all this experience.
Please, please.
It is becoming extremely important to be part of the planning process in the country. I think heritage community has been too much into themselves. I wonder how many planners are here today. How many because the education of planners is different. And there are very few planners who are even involved in looking at it holistically or thinking about it. And so we will have to reach out. We need to become more aware on the planning processes, the 2D and 3D. Because of the fight in 2006, I was part of it. I was able to make more sense of what is going on right now. Otherwise, I would not have been able to. And the way the documents of what is regional plan, and each state and each place may have it different. I'm living in a very small state, but 40 MLA, and yet the proportion of people, our own resident population is about 12.5. Our visiting population is 45 lakhs and growing. And even with the pandemic, it is even like now the people just want to buy whatever land they can get wherever they can. So there is an amount of, I don't know what to call it. And they are going to be in trouble because there are not clear ideas of village level planning. So my request to everyone who's here is to open up yourselves. I think we have to find an avenue. And we have seen also in Humpty, and we are looking at it, that we need to be part of the planning process. We need to bring heritage. And I really, whether it's intangible, tangible, and the occupation, all of these thoughts need to come into this very colorful, just 2D maps that the planners do with C1 and C2 and FAR. That is not going to give us livability. It's not going to give us any kind of continuation with our lifestyle, I'm telling you. And in this climate change era, we need to have even more understanding of the laws which are coming in. Thank you.
May I
Yes,
speak?
Poonam, very rightly said. I could hear somebody's voice.
Yeah, this is Sandeep from Calcutta. I would like to
Yes,
mention.
yes, Sandeep, please.
I've been involved in restoration of Murshidabad in a very large scale, large number of buildings, reconstruction, etc., since the last 11 years. And what I feel the way forward is, it's an excellent presentation of how much work Poonam has put into it. But more important is, to get the sensitization of the local administration with the local people, and not just see how to integrate modern facility with the heritage. Like if you go to Europe, you see a lot of that work, integrating the old with the new and making it a workable model, and then just being an activist of a kind which will not help anyone. So I think we have to change the approach of ICOMOS members from seeing the buildings and built intangible heritage to more functional use in today's modern time. And that's exactly how I have recreated the working plan and work for Murshidabad, what I've done for Murshidabad. He's been able to, like, for example, Barikoti is one example of the work that we've done. And of course, converting my grandmother's palace, which is the in Murshidabad, Katgola, into a museum. But, certain times you have to do reconstruction to protect the monuments. So I think we have to be more liberal in our approach, and that's the way forward for me.
Thank you, Sandeep. Poonam, you would like to react to that?
Yes, because I think the topic shifted. No doubts what you're doing in Murshidabad is something that is very building centric and also very valid. I haven't even touched our work on what we are doing for Panjim City and the book and the listing and all that. But my appeal is that we need to go beyond the building, beyond collection of buildings, and make inroads to understand how planners work and how planning is done, and make sure that our heritage, whatever protection level it may have, actually finds a mention on the plan. We have learned this. I mean, I hope this case study has shown that how just because those monuments with the plinth are not marked on the regional plan, anything can go on anywhere. All these see, we are not understanding, and it has taken, I'm really in a very favorable position from 2006 onwards to be learning from Professor Edgar Ribeiro. And let me tell you, it is a privilege. And a plan is statutory plan is a legal document. There is a reason why the planners make it unreadable. And we have to force our way to get these statutory plans, recognize the heritage, whatever level of protection, let's first make sure that it is on it. And no, this whole opaque way of working really helps deals.
Right. We have a Dr. Ajay Khare sir is here. He's raised his hand. I'm sure he wants to say something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Very
Yes,
well said, Poonam. And it is very, very important that we also may mark all centrally protected monuments and their limits, so that the mistakes committed by our staff on ground cannot be committed. And the problem is also related with the interventions like Agra Metro and highways being constructed near Lucknow, Madras, and someone has to come forward and say that no, this is within the limits of regulated area, within the limit of prohibited area. How can it be constructed? Because they always come forward saying that there was an amendment proposed in 2017. It was summarily rejected in 2017 and it lapsed. And in 2019 they could not introduce once again. So there is no authority which is empowered, not even National Monument Authority, to give permission for any public project. And on that line only I became former member, because I resigned because of Agra Metro proposals. And that is because there were no limits of CPM's mark.
Yeah.
So,
and that's why I'm saying each one of us need to ask, and we'll have to ask in a big way that, and when Professor Ribeiro says that doesn't matter if it is a little bit wrong, just mark it. We can always correct it later. Make sure it is there on the map, because until and unless we have it on a map, we will not be able to, avoid such circumstances ever again. I mean, it will keep on repeating, and just like Agra Metro, at least once they know there is something happening, there is a line here, they will, in the beginning itself, start thinking about it. No, let's get all the information first on it. My 2 bits.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Poonam. And yes, a very important message sent across. Yeah, thank you so much. Now with this, I give the floor to Richa. Richa, are you going to?
Yes, I will be taking over the learnings of this session.
Okay, yes, sorry, Nitsari. Yes, please take over the.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
So I would like to conclude this rather engaging session that we have had. Thank you, Ms. Poonam. And we started the session with introductory remarks from Ms. Lakshmi, where she spoke about the tool of public interest litigation and how it is a tool that acts as a catalyst for enforcing the law and protecting something beyond protected. Then coming to Ms. Poonam's presentation, which was a very engaging presentation, I just couldn't take my eyes and ears off. Here we saw 2 cases from Goa. The first case that we saw was a case where the administrative and legislative decisions led to action by the local public. And it was wonderful to see how the community participation was present from the mapping session to the part where the decisions were being made. And it led to a positive impact of some changes happening in the regional plan, which was proposed. And I think this highlighted the aspect of the legislative frameworks, or rather the committees who are responsible for planning, and it shows how away they are from the existence of heritage for the place that they are actually planning for, which is a very sad thing. And the second case that we saw was a very particular case, and the timeline was a very descriptive one, and I felt like I saw a movie from start to end. And I have actually thought about this a lot of times. Democracy, there's a lot of bureaucracy which is existent, and it actually comes to the field of heritage also. So as we say, like, heritage is no one's baby, but it is everyone's baby too. So in that case that we saw, it was like everyone's passing the ball, you know, like, no, go to this authority, that authority, that to a place which is in the protected area, which was a very baffling thing to see. So I can't even imagine the future of heritage, which is not protected yet. So I think these two cases really brought out the loopholes in our legislative and administrative frameworks, and how the power of community coming together, people coming together, really helps to protect heritage in a country where we have a plethora of heritage. So thank you so much, Ms. Lakshmi and Ms. Poonam, for this wonderful session. We would now like to move on to the last session of today's workshop. The fourth session is going to be about case law. I would like to take this opportunity to introduce Dr. Mona Lisa Bhardwaj. She is an architect, academician, and researcher. She is an associate professor at the School of Architecture, MSRIT in Bangalore. She's also the co-coordinator for the NSC on Intangible Cultural Heritage. She has published, she has authored various research papers and chapters on books related to heritage and development. Her areas of interest include urban studies, conservation, cultural landscape, traditional knowledge systems, and British colonial architecture. She has also completed her PhD from Department of Architecture and Planning at IIT Roorkee. I would like to welcome you, Dr. Mona Lisa, to please take forward this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Nirzari. Good evening, everyone. We are now at the last session of today's workshop. And may I request I would like to share my presentation. 1 second, please. So we are now at the last session of today's workshop. The next session is titled Case Law, and it covers a very important aspect of legal protection for heritage in Indian context. To build a background to the session, I would like to share some important information. So heritage can be understood as cultural and natural heritage of outstanding universal value, and it's a common heritage of humanity. Everyone's cultural rights and right to quality environment are recognized by human rights law. This is a legal perspective on the matter of heritage, as mentioned in Universal Declaration of Human Rights, 1948. Coming to the matter of protection of heritage in Indian context, there are various layers where the protection has been extended to monuments and heritage sites. The principal protection clauses are stated in the Constitution of India. According to the Indian Constitution, the jurisdiction over India's cultural heritage, monuments, and archaeological sites are as follows. The ancient and historical monument and archaeological sites and remains declared by Parliament by law to be of national importance are under the Union list. There are Union lists, state lists, and have concurrent jurisdiction over the archaeological sites. Article 253, just a second. Article 253 of the Constitution of India enables Parliament to legislate for the implementation of any treaty, agreement, or convention with any other country or countries, or any decision made by any international conference, association, or any other body. This is important where the ratification of international laws and international guidelines apply to Indian context. Article 29 of Indian Constitution states any section of the citizens residing in the territory of India or any other part thereof having distinct language, script, or culture of its own shall have a right to conserve the same. So this is where the people also get, stakeholding stance in the matter of heritage protection. Article 51A defines protection of heritage as a duty. And Article 49 of Indian Constitution protects the country's built heritage, wherein it states it shall be the obligation of the state to protect monuments or place of object of artistic or historic interests. Beside the constitutional provisions, there are statutes, various statutes starting from 1810, which protect various aspects of different type of heritage. The first law which came into force was the Bengal Regulation of 1810 and the Madras Regulation 7 of 1817, which empowered the government to conserve structures of historical or architectural value. The Indian Treasure Trove Act of 1878, the Ancient Monument Preservation Act 1904, Antique Export Control Act 1947, then the Ancient and Historical Monuments and Archaeological Sites and Remains Act 1951, which replaced the 1904 statute. Then the Antique and Art Treasure Act 1972, the Public Record Act of 1993. All these statutes provide adequate cover for protection of heritage in India from different perspectives. Protection of heritage under other laws in the country, many of which are state laws, include the Heritage Commission Act 2001 of West Bengal, the Ancient and Historical Monuments and Archaeological Sites and Remain Preservation Act of 1956, Uttar Pradesh, Tamil Nadu Ancient Monuments and Archaeological Sites Remains Act 1966, Salarjung Museum Act 1961, Victoria Memorial Act 1903, Rajasthan Monuments, Archaeological Sites and Antique Act 1961, Orissa Ancient Monuments and Preservation Act 1956, Humpty World Heritage Area Management Authority Act 2002, Jammu and Kashmir Heritage Conservation and Preservation Act 2010. So with the presence of so many statutes and constitutional provisions which call for protection of heritage in the country, why is it that the heritage protection still faces many challenges? This is the issue which will be discussed in the forthcoming session by Dr. Vishakha. The legal protection is not always through law. A lot of cases for protection of heritage are filed in courts and lost despite merit because of inadequate understanding of heritage by legal professionals. Many case studies have been listed here for reference, one of which will be discussed in detail by our next speaker. The issue that our next speaker, Dr. Vishakha, is going to address primarily is what is it that needs to be present in the cases in courts to win, for protection of heritage. I mean, this is a very delicate and specialized perspective to the issue. And I would like to introduce Dr. Vishakha. Dr. Vishakha is a member of ICOMOS India. She's a conservation architect, academician, researcher. She is the head of department, Masters in Architecture Conservation at School of Planning and Architecture, Bhopal. She is the principal investigator for many collaborative institutional projects, including Heritage Impact Assessment for Khajuraho World Heritage Site, tentative listing document for proposed World Heritage Site in natural category for Chambal Rivers and Ravines, and Ashapuri Temple Project. Her doctoral research is on relevance of ancient monuments and archaeological sites and Remains Act 1958, with its amendments and its applicability in the changed scope and advancement in the field of heritage. Dr. Vishakha is going to be talking about K. Guru Prasad Rao versus State of Karnataka and others. And with this, I would request ma'am to take over the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Mona Lisa. It has been an interesting evening and a journey where we are looking at various scales at which heritage needs to be protected. And what I am really going to discuss is how to understand heritage in terms of legal understanding exactly of how a person would fight its case in the court. So let me just share my presentation. Yes. So today we are going to really discuss about case law, but before coming to that, so resuming back to where we were, there are few questions that we need to ask is, why is it important that we should know about law? Because we are not going to practice, but the case law will show that yes, it is important for us to understand how people arrive at judgments in the court. Do you really need to understand law? Yes, especially if we are looking for legal protection. And isn't general awareness enough? Then I must tell you that thinking that we know a lot about it and applying that knowledge, there is a huge difference. Therefore, even when we think we know the law, there are certain procedures that we are supposed to be very aware of. I added this disclaimer because I would upfrontly want to share that I am not a lawyer. I do not practice in the bar, and I'm going to share my observations about the judgment. So please consider it, and let's move on to trying to understand what is it that makes it a law. The Constitution gives us the jurisprudence of the law that governs the country, and it is continuously forming a legal tradition. They say the law is not only about the words, but it is the lawyers who put in life into that law. So the whole basis of it actually anchors itself on its interpretation. And the courts really help us to do this interpretation and to then deliver a judgment. So when it comes to the courts, then there are sources of law in India which are acceptable. One is the legislation and the statutes of which we are being speaking across our sessions today. Second is the case law. Third is customary law, and also international treaties and agreements now have a persuasive influence in giving the judgment. Now, the sources of law are important because they give us an understanding to the reason, purpose for which the law is framed, and adds authenticity to the justice, and is important to understand the application of law. Case law many a times is also called as a judicial precedent. Judicial precedent means that we are adhering or relying on earlier decisions made by the courts. So it is already an established principle. It is a judgment given by a court to give effect to the judgment, and same is being carried out and applied in similar cases. So if you have a similar context, then you are more or less aware of whether you can win in the court or you cannot win in the court. And if you understand in depth, then your argumentation can be built in by other sources of law, which includes the case law. Now, Article 141 of Indian Constitution says that the law declared by the Supreme Court shall be binding on all courts within the territory of India. So therefore, we have to understand that the courts have a very significant hierarchy. So you have apex courts, then you have high courts, and then you have Supreme Court. And in the hierarchy, the upper court will always have its influence on the lower courts. So we have to understand this hierarchy also, because it is important for us when it comes to referring to judgments or citations which are required towards a judgment. Now, there are types of judicial precedents which are acceptable in India. One is the original precedent. Now, this means that first time a certain kind of a case in a certain context has come to the court, and court is giving a judgment and it has no precedent towards it. So that is called as the original precedent. Second is binding precedent, because another court which is higher in its stature, or which has it is a judgment given by more number of judges. So you can have a two judge divisional bench, You could have 9 maximum to 13 that India has seen. So if there are more number of judges involved in giving a judgment, then that will always have a higher standing. And then you have persuasive precedents which are not binding on the court, but they may help in taking the interpretation in a certain direction so that the judgment can be in our favor. So in this, you have the international treaties, you have high court decisions, because all high courts are parallel. So if one high court gives a decision, it cannot be blindly followed by another high court because the context is changing, but it can have its persuasive effect. Or even an argument within a judgment could be used for persuasive reasons. Now, the key principles of why judicial precedents are so important is one, consistency. It should not happen that in one context a certain judgment is given and for the same kind, same conditions, another kind of judgment is given. So therefore they are binding. And of course, as I have discussed already, there are hierarchy of courts. Now, how do we understand a case law or read a judgment? There are certain basic terms, because when I started reading judgments, it used to get very confusing. There are a lot of words that are being used. So if you are a plaintiff, complainant, or a petitioner, it is actually all three words lead you to one understanding, that it is a person who is complaining about something. Defendant and respondent is a person who has been charged, and appellant is one who seeks a review. So many a times it is possible that the petitioner in a lower court becomes an appellant in the higher courts. So these kinds of basic terms is something that we have to crucially look for. The crucial statistics also is important in reading the judgments is name of the court where the hearing is the case. As I said, it establishes the hierarchy and you know where your citation can be placed. Then you should know the name of the case, date of decision, name of the parties. Many a times it is only said as respondent 1, 2, 3, 4 because there might be parties, many parties that have. So then there is a memo in which all the respondents' names are given. Name and the number of judges who are presiding, and also it is important to note that who is writing the judgment. So in a judgment, you will more or less have a look the starting of the judgment with all these criteria, like in the Supreme Court of India. So we know this case was fought in the Supreme Court. The bench was of 2 judges, Singhvi and Ranjana Desai, and then it is fought in 2015, and it is K. Guru Prasad Rao. He is an appellant. Appellant itself tells us that there was a case which is fought in a lower court, and it is being appealed again in a higher court. And then you have the respondents. The facts of the case that we are looking on are more or less on this lines, because it is important for us to understand whether we are in a position to use it as a citation for us, or whether it is going to harm us by citing that kind of case. So the facts of the case that you should be looking on is what are the things or events that took place so that you had to file this case. Like in the earlier presentation, Poonam has given a very detailed noting about how one activity led to another and where is the discrepancy. So you have to really look at the sequentially, chronologically, understanding where the problem is. Then you should know the laws applicable to the case. You should know case laws which can go for and against us. This is also many a times called as citations. There is argumentation that is there. There is a reason for which a decision is taken, and then there is a final decision. So if you can break down the judgment into these kinds of compartments, then it is easier to understand why we have won or lost a case, and or rather where we have to strengthen ourselves in a new case in order to really get justice that we are looking for. Here, I would like to thank Pankaj Modi for allowing me to have an access to conservation plan for Jambunatheshwar temple. which is really the case that we are going to discuss it. K. Guru Prasad Rao is a lawyer in Hospet, and you have this temple, Jambunatheshwar temple on a Jambunath hill. Now, interestingly, we began our discussions with Professor Thakur discussing about the Humpty World Heritage site, and this comes in the Humpty metropolitan area, which is metropolitan area. So there is a small entrance, and then the steps lead you to this complex on the hill. It is just one temple with all other facilities that are required, and there is a well in this complex. The whole problem for which this case was fought was that because of mining, there was too much of airborne dust particles, and the mining was happening and was coming so near to the temple that it might have allowed the temple to fall down. So now we are talking not about the unprotected heritage, but we are talking about the protected heritage, which is in Karnataka. So from here onwards, I am going to discuss the case and how all the slides that I have spoken about really are taken care of from here onwards. So we have K. Guru Prasad Rao versus State of Karnataka case, which took place. Now, this case has 95 paragraphs to it, and it is a long judgment. When I took a print with 7 font size, it led to 47 pages. So you can imagine, it's a long judgment to be read. And while reading the judgment, you have to really try to get into the underpinnings of what is being actually communicated through the judgment. So in paragraph 2, it states, it really creates a kind of a background where it tries to tell us that yes, people have built a lot of buildings, but not all structures are marvels of architecture, but they represent culture and heritage of a particular place and period. And it is getting more and more difficult for the successive generations to preserve and protect the heritage that we are speaking about. So it creates that kind of a background in paragraph number 2. From paragraph 3 to 10, it takes us through a journey where it speaks about legislations in other countries for preservation and protection of ancient and historical monuments. So it tells us that in Sweden in 1666, the first law came into being. It then takes us through the journey of how the law, various countries started preparing law, what happened during the World War I, how during World War II, what was the scenario, and how similar laws in the colonies were established. And because India was a British colony, it also is called as the Westminster Model of Constitution, and therefore the same kind of law is being followed in India. In paragraph 11, it talks about the UNESCO World Heritage Convention, but it restricts itself to telling us that UNESCO Convention does talk about cultural properties, and there are many dangers like mining which are happening there, and potential dangers are added towards the protection of heritage through insufficient management systems or changes in legal protective status of the property. Also, natural sites and cultural sites both get hampered due to gradual changes due to geology, environment, etc. So it is building on this argumentation, leading us further into what is done. Now, due to time constraint, it is very difficult to get into every clause that is being discussed in the judgment, but the judgment is very well available on Indian Qanun and Advocate Khoj These are the two commonly used freely available websites, or you can go to the website of the court itself if you know in which court the case was fought, and the court website can give you the judgment if you know the year and the name of the case or the number of the case. So from paragraph 12 to 14, it goes on defining what is the status of legal protection of monuments in India, and it does mention about the MSR Act. Also, it mentions how Land Acquisition Act and Religious Endowment Act is inbuilt into the Act, which is of use to us in this case. It also in paragraph 15 to 16 brings out various provisions of Constitution where it acknowledges the fact that center cannot protect all kinds of heritage. So it had also delegated to the state, as it being told earlier, that there are Union Act, which are applied to all centrally protected monuments, and state protected monuments are also there. Now, there are these three acts: Union, State, Concurrent List, and also Article 49, which gives directive principle to state policy under which the state laws have to be instituted. In paragraph 17 to 19, it takes us through the journey of what are the provisions of the Central Act. So Ancient Monuments and Archaeological Acts and Remain of 1958 and the rules of 1959. Of course, validation has also come up, but I couldn't find the reference of validation of 2010 anywhere in the judgment. From paragraph 20 to 22, it gives provisions of the State Act, because we know it is protected under the Karnataka Ancient and Historical Monuments and Archaeological Sites of 1961, and the rules were established in 1966. Then in paragraph 23, it gives us the statement of the problem. So it really states that the greed of the present generation has taken a toll on various national assets. And I think this was very clearly, rather the earlier speaker was talking about where will the greed of the generations stop. So the judgment acknowledges that problem. Where will the greed of the present generation stop? Because we are going on destroying not only natural, but the cultural heritage also. In paragraph 24, so it has taken already 23 paragraphs, and then it states the paragraph in 24, it states about Jambunatheshwara temple or Jambunath temple that is being called on. So it acknowledges that this temple is built in 1540. It is on Jambunath Hill. It is built with massive granite blocks, and it goes on to describe the architecture of it. And it also tells us right in the facts that all these hills are very good in iron ore. It goes on in paragraph 25 to discuss about the protection status. So it tells us about how they are applying the Karnataka Act. And it also tells us that the area of 9 acres is being around 9 acres is a protected area for that. And 200 meters from the periphery is being called as a safe zone where no mining has to be conducted. In paragraph 26, now he is the judge in the judgment, the conditions, what is happening and how things are happening related to mining starts getting its description. So they say that the lease was given in 1952 to Sri Gangarappa. It was then renewed in his wife's name after his death. And then then the judgment goes on informing us that in under the section 2 of Forest Conservation Act of 1980, the mining operations are allowed in the forest. If that is the case, then where is the problem? The problem is when in May 2003, the director of ancient monuments inspects the temple and finds that the mining activity is causing damage to the structure of the temple. And Similarly, it is also to see that the government itself, on the other hand, where it has a mandate to protect the heritage, also gives the lease of iron ore to be to increase the production. So what was earlier granted was 0.6 million tons per annum, but now it is more or less increased 2.5 times to 1.5 million tons per annum. So the argument really is there, because there is a cultural heritage and the mining activities are impacting the temple. And with this, our advocate friend takes the PIL to Karnataka High Court and he is actually appealing for cancellation of mining lease, which is not being granted. So therefore, he now has to come on front and place his plea in the Supreme Court. In the Supreme Court, the appellant is arguing against the order of High Court on the basis of non-consideration of factual assertion and the mining going within 200 meters, but this time the whole argument is also based on wagon blasting method, because it is really a large scale blasting and it pollutes the environment equally with a very great speed. And then the basis of the law which is being argued is Mines and Minerals Development and Regulation Act of 1957. Now, till the point I was discussing this judgment, I was really not aware of this law. This is the point where we have to really stop by and think. Do we know our laws enough? Do we know where they converge and where they contradict each other when it comes to cultural heritage? I think a lot of research is required in this aspect. Then from paragraph 34 to 54, it goes into documenting all the opinions expressed by the respondents. And it also gives us an idea of various kinds of investigations that have been undertaken. And they were all undertaken on the request of the Supreme Court itself. So you had investigation to assess the structural stability of the monument. You had Karnataka remote sensing showing you actually where and how the mining is happening. You had the Center Institute of Mining and Fuel Research to tell you how much of stone blasting could be allowed in order to avoid damage to the temple. You had the NIT, the National Institute of Technology, who was telling you, giving you an idea about the impact of blasting operation and how much is the safe distance from where the blasting won't hamper it. You have Intact Bangalore chapter, which prepares the conservation plan for Jambunath temple. And you also have reports from Union Government and Indian Council of Forestry Research, as well as NIRI. So there are a lot of investigations that have gone into it. And now what is important is we see means who evaluates it. So the court appoints a committee of various experts to see how mining activities are impacting the temple for all possible angles. So there are more laws which we should be thorough with, which is the Environmental Protection Act, the Water Prevention and Control of Pollution, and Air Prevention and Control Pollution Act. So there are more acts that can actually support our argument that it is hampering not only the cultural heritage, but also the natural heritage. From paragraph 55 to 61, the argumentation starts. So you have people who are for and against the recommendation of the committee. And the court makes it very clear over here that the argument continues on the principle of sustainable development, and a balance has to be struck between the requirement of protecting the temple and the need for iron ore for the state and country. So it was not going to take only the side of the temple or only the side of mining. With that starting point, and I think this is where we also come down to Mathia's lecture, where he was talking about that the starting point has to be the cultural heritage. So right from the starting, in the argumentation, it is made very clear that the balance has to be there. Now, it from paragraph 63 to 68, it looks into all the laws and the rules which are applicable under which they had issued the permission for mining. And they also bring out that while they were considering one law towards issuing mining mining leases, the other law which also spoke about mining, which is the MSR Act, was not considered, or they had not looked into the other department of the same government. So they placed the appeal, they accepted the appeal on that point that it was not considered. From paragraph 60 to 70, they again position the argument in the International Court of Declaration, where they acknowledge the Stockholm Declaration of 1972 and other declarations which can be referred to. I'm just showing it on the slide, right up to the World Summit on Sustainable Development, which happened in 2002 in South Africa. Coming to the main point, that is for case law. Now, from here onwards, it discusses the kind of cases fought in the courts towards protection. And the focus is not on protection of cultural heritage. The focus is on sustainable development. So for paragraph 71 to 84, there are around 14 to 15 cases that are being discussed, which are here on the screen. So you had Enviro Legal Action versus Union of India for the principle of sustainable development, Vellore Citizens Welfare Forum versus Union of India, where the conflict was between ecology and development. And they thought that the development was really not sustainable. It was one-sided. They also quoted Bandhu Mukti Morcha versus Union of India case, because this case is very important. The Supreme Court could appoint a committee and take its view into consideration for the judgment, and it would ask the committee to gather all facts and data. Then they cite the case of Isar Oil Limited versus Halar Utkar Samati for environment, for achieving the objective of all laws to create harmony between conservation and development, where one is not sacrificed for the other. The Rural Litigation and Entitlement Kendra versus State of UP. Again, it is fought in Supreme Court, where the ban of limestone quarries was done because it was threatening the life of people in Mussoorie. It was a case of State of Bihar versus Murad Ali Khan. And again, it is talking about ecological imbalances and affecting. MC Mehta and Union of India case, where impact of mining operations on ecological sensitive areas is discussed and recommendations are being sought. In Tarun Bharat Sangh versus Union of India case, the mining in the protected reserve forest, the wildlife was banned because again the environment and the wildlife were hampered. Then these are two classical cases of Taj Trapezium matter, which is MC Mehta and Union of India, where the chemical hazardous industry and pollution because of bricklaying was addressed. Again, then there is MC Mehta and Union of India, where again mining creating imbalance in environment was discussed. MC Mehta and Union of India, another case in Supreme Court which stopped mining operation. ND Jayal and Union of India, where issues related to safety and environmental protection arising out of construction of Tehri Dam were discussed. Samaj Parivartan Samuday versus State of Karnataka, where all mining and other related activities undertaken in the forest areas of not only Karnataka but Andhra Pradesh were discussed, and it was really argued whether the entire thing needs to be stopped. I take a pause because there are a lot of judicial precedences that were discussed in this judgment, and we really have to understand that lot of research which helps towards the protection of cultural heritage. In all these cases, nowhere a case which uses the argumentation on base of MSR Act is being handled. Rather, every case that was either related to stopping the mining operation due to the blasting or creating ecological disbalances. Now, then the argument, then from paragraph 85 to 92, the argumentation for this case in consideration starts. So the research work towards all the judicial precedents is all discussed earlier, and it has an impact towards taking a decision further. So paragraph 85 to 92, the argumentation of this case then starts. So it first takes into consideration all the judicial precedents as discussed earlier. Then it takes into the consideration that it is not only the mining activity, but it is also the kind of mining that is being done through wagon blasting needs to have a review. Then the committee which was formed for this case unanimously agreed that the mining operations that were carrying out were hampering the temple. Then they also acknowledge the fact that 1958 acts and the Karnataka Act and rules were not considered or had no bearing towards restricting the mining operations near the protected monument. So this judgment highlights that lacuna for us. And the argument by by the state of Karnataka is really that mining operations, if you stop it, then the state as well as the country has to face huge financial losses. But the judges of this judgment consider that keeping in view to larger public interest and for the future generation, we should consider these losses not as heavy price, but a price that we willingly want to consider. It also in its judgment says that the sustainable development is required and it is the need of the people that we should go ahead with. Very interesting in the paragraphs from 85 to 92, where the judgment, the argumentation for this case starts. It again takes the help of a judicial precedence, which is Orissa Mining Corporation Limited versus Ministry of Environment and Forest. Now, here they are acknowledging the customary and the cultural rights of the indigenous people. And this takes a turn in the case and in the judgment, because India, it says that it is not only committed here, but it is also that it is a party to various international conventions. And in the International Labour Organization, the convention that they have brought in 1957, India is a signatory to it. So this becomes another argument where we say that it is not always necessary to protect the monumental architecture, but if it is important to the indigenous people, then it has to be protected. Then they go on to discuss the other techniques of ripper dozer and rock breaker machines, and they think that it will not hamper the temple because it goes on a little smaller scale. And they look at how and where it can be protected and how to avoid generation, propagation, and suppression of deposition of airborne dust. And that needs to be done and monitored by the experts. So, in the result that they give from paragraph 93 to 95, they say that the appeal is allowed and they are going to consider it. They give directions to the government to actually implement the conservation plan of Jambunatheshwar temple and release funds for it. They also instruct the government to look into all the protected monuments which are coming under the mining areas and then decide the kind of mining which is to be done and till what distance it has to be done. And they also ask the government to give money to this committee because no investigations can happen without money. So they ensure the financial support to it, and they request the government of India to appoint an expert committee to examine the impacts of mining on the monuments declared protected monuments as per the MSR Act. So this really is the case and the judgment and why it is so important. Many a times we are very aware, but we do not fight cases in the court to understand where our strength lies. And I think this is another important area that a lot of research has to be done by conservation professionals, and the follow-ups. I think ICOMOS India has a role to play also in the follow-ups that are required to ensure that the judgments which are being given in the courts are implemented on ground. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vishakha. It was a very insightful, great learning session, and I hope for everyone. 1 second, please. It was a very detailed account of the reading of the judgment, which I found very interesting. But at the same time, I am thinking, how do architects who do not study law in this detail during their curriculum, how do we bridge that learning gap and, make ourselves ready to take on the new challenges that, as we see in your presentation, that they directly impact our work. And this is a big learning gap that the academicians need to address. And I was wondering if you could, say something about the importance of research dedicated to this aspect for this thing. And at the same time, I would request the participants to, write down their questions in the chat or raise their hand so that we can take their questions one by one with the speaker. Dr. Vishakha.
Yes. I think I have been working in this area for quite a long time, and with the kind of research that is there, this whole thing about what we expect from the law and what the law really is really the bridge that we have to cover. And teaching law to the students of conservation is very important. If we tell others, aid them. Now, in the whole judgment, though this judgment, I think, is a very landmark judgment, we have not been able to argue on our strengths of cultural heritage. The whole argumentation rests with sustainability and indigenous rights. And I think there is also a lot of failure on our part, because we have not been able to communicate in their language. We ourselves are remaining very weak. So whether it is mining, whether it is about removing encroachment, whether it is about giving protection to the unprotected, whether it is about filing a PIL, we all have to work harder and think in a more broader sense when it comes to legal protection.
Continuation, we have a question from Poonam ma'am. It says, what will win, the cultural heritage or the mining lobby in long run in terms of economic development? Madam?
I think here I'm very proud of the Constitution of India, because that Constitution does not always look only at the financial benefits or only at the development on the cost of the heritage of a person. Constitution of India also gives you a lot of rights to practice language, to practice religion, to practice cultural in your traditional knowledge systems. As long as our Constitution of India is, the laws need to be interpreted in the right sense. And if they are interpreted in the right sense, then you cannot have a column with a temple and all other hills vanished by the mining lobbies. It is time that we sit down and draw lines to how much it is required to protect our heritage, because only if we know can we fight for it.
That's very well said, ma'am. Another another question rather from Poonam ma'am. The fact that we have so few nationally protected monuments, is it possible that the number will get reduced?
I think there was a lot of discussion about number of protected monuments and what should be, what is the right figure for the nationally protected monuments and for the state protected monuments. Now, numbers are dynamic, few gets added, few gets lost. And there is also that the state governments, wherever they find it is coming in their way, they denotify the monuments very quickly. Now, we really don't know who is denotifying it at what stage. So therefore, there is nothing called as absolute numbers. Anyways, we have very few monuments left to us. If we do not put in research aggressively, or people's movement aggressively, or do not bring in heritage-based development, or do not look at the special needs which our laws are not able to address, then the scenarios are going to get very difficult. We will have to put in a lot more effort. We have to join with a lot of conservation.
Nirsari, I'll request you to summarize the learnings of the session, because I think Vishakha ma'am might take some time to reconnect. Yes. And we'll proceed with the timing of the schedule. So,
okay, yeah. Thank you, Dr. Mona. With this, we have come to an end of the last session we had for today's workshop, and let us wrap up the session. So the introductory remarks by Dr. Mona, which we had, gave us a timeline of the development of the legal frameworks in our country pre and post independence. She also told us about the various acts and laws that are existing in our country for the protection of heritage. And she also highlighted the gap which is present in understanding of heritage by legal professionals, which was further taken forward by Dr. Vishakha in her presentation. So initially, Dr. Vishakha's presentation threw light on why it is important for us heritage professionals to get acquainted with law. And she also introduced us to the detailed terminologies which are existent for fighting a case for a heritage issue in the legal court which is existing. This example of the Jambunatheshwar temple in Karnataka and the case filed by Guru Prasad Rao against the mining activities and the Karnataka government, the presentation showcased a very meticulous study of the specific judgment which was done during the entire case. I really thank Dr. Vishakha for her meticulous study of the entire case and for giving us an overview of the various details and the aspects that go into a judgment in such a case. And she also told us about the different examples, other examples which have happened in our country that have been for the protection of natural and built heritage which are existing. I think some colleges and schools in our country now have started introducing students to the aspect of heritage law, because I am an alumni of School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi. So there I have studied a subject of heritage law, which informs us of the legal frameworks which are existing, because a lot of times when we are working with heritage properties, like I have worked with a few properties in the pole houses in UNESCO's city of Ahmedabad. So while we are working live on site also, there are a lot of legal annotations or links associated with a property or building that you're trying to protect. So I think it is obviously very important for a heritage professional to understand the legalities of the object that we are trying to protect. And in other detailed cases, like when we are fighting a case such in the court, it is obviously the inputs of a heritage professionals would obviously, I think, further strengthen the case for the protection of the heritage. So I would like to thank Dr. Mona and Dr. Vishakha for this wonderful session that we have had. With this, we have ended all the 4 sessions of the workshop, and I now invite Saranya to please take this event to the end and introduce the speakers for concluding remarks. Over to you, Saranya.
Thank you very much, Rizvi, for the learning outcomes. We do have Dr. Vishakha back. Unfortunately, we lost her in between. Dr. Vishakha, if you have, you want to complete your sentence, please take this opportunity to just conclude that.
I just wish that today's workshop doesn't stop here, but we go on picking up one aspect. And another aspect that needs a lot of research is customary law, which we don't even understand by words. So I really think that we have to put in a lot of work when it comes to legal protection. And I really invite the younger generation to engage more into it, because unless we are hand in hand with the lawyers too, means I know that today in our entire sessions, in all 4 presentations, we were talking about different professionals coming together. And where Professor Menon said that, if you have to really make a difference, then even the Stapatis have to be with us, or the person who really manages the temple has to be with us, the Pandits have to be with us. When it came down to Goa, we know Poonam stressing this point, no, we have to have planners doing something for us, and they have to understand. I was also bringing in another aspect where I was saying that no, we do need these people, but we also need lawyers, because unless we have lawyers by our side, and if we do not understand the entire process by which we can win or lose in the court, then also there is a problem. So between our fantasy glamorization of heritage that we do so many times, the hardcore reality is also to the fact that we have to know our grounds more clearly. And unless we get down to knowing our grounds, not much difference is going to happen. We will still be called as page 3, and everybody in our country is still going to believe that they know more of conservation than us.
Very well said, Dr. Vishaka. And I think these presentations have been so inspiring, especially for our group of emerging professionals, because law is such a topic that people can find it very complex and alien to the way they look at a lot of the subjects in conservation. But thank you for bringing that aspect in. With this, what fascinating presentation from all our speakers. With this, we have arrived at our concluding section. I take this opportunity to welcome our next speaker, Dr. Arun Menon, to share the concluding remarks. We once again invite him, who is an Associate Professor of Structural Engineering at IIT Madras and the National Scientific Counselor at ICMOS India. The screen is yours, Dr. Menon.
Thank you, Saranya. Good evening to everyone once more. I thank the organizers for this opportunity to give a set of concluding thoughts on what's transpired in the last 4 to 5 hours. And it's an immense responsibility. I do not know if I'll do justice to this, but please bear with me. I think this afternoon we've had an eye-opening set of presentations because it shifts the primacy of conservation, the larger sense of the word conservation, onto certain aspects that we've possibly taken for granted. And I'll come back to that point at the end of my comments. We began with Professor Thakur talking to us about the necessity for an integrated management plan. We began with that key word of the management plan requiring an integrated approach, which sort of set the stage for the discussions this afternoon. An important aspect that Sonal Chitnis mentioned prior to my talk on the temples of Tamil Nadu was the cultural resources approach, where identifying the character building entities and looking at it in a holistic manner lies at the crux of developing an argument towards protecting heritage. Dr. Rip, in his talk that introduced us to a meta-model for heritage-based urban development, the message that I get from what he had to present is process is something that we have to focus on. And the process is something that will bring clarity to the whole scenario that we're dealing with. And most importantly, the necessity of involving heritage professionals right from the very beginning brings sharing and ownership and does not end up pitting one professional against another in this interdisciplinary approach that we are familiar with. So that is something that we really have to impress upon on lawmakers, on the importance of heritage professionals being involved in the development models, in the urban development plans right from the very beginning. That we don't try to fit in heritage and try to find solutions, but right from the very beginning, the thinking is aligned in this direction. Architect Poonam Verma Mascarenhas was such a fantastic, such a positive experience. It was unfolding like a movie, and the ending will be good. We'll all be happy at the end of this unfolding fantastic exercise of participation of the public some very interesting and important messages there. We have to remember, we have to facilitate ownership, and we have to respect collective processes. We as professionals should know that the planning processes are important, bring awareness early on in architectural engineering education, and not be bogged down with the opacity of planning maps, but be able to deal with that and bring that understanding to tackle the subject of heritage, environmental conservation. One thought that crossed my mind as Poonam made a presentation is Roosevelt's thoughts. A man who has never gone to school may steal from a freight car, but if he has a university education, he may steal the whole railroad. So that's something that we'll have to deal with. But awareness is the key. Awareness of these processes, which are really our bread and butter, and we can't escape from these aspects. And the final session, where Professor Vishaka Kavathekar took us through the importance of case law through this fantastic example of Guru Prasad Rao versus the state of Karnataka and Ors, was a revelation. It was such an interesting case, and I would like to mention a certain point here, that in such complicated cases which are dealing with technical content, the courts make use of an instrument called the amicus curiae, or the friend of the court. The court takes the advantage of assembling a set of professionals, a set of technical professionals, who then do the necessary research work and inform the court on these difficult technical matters. In that context, I'm reminded of Dr. R. Nagaswamy, who left us just a couple of days ago, a famous archaeologist, but such a stalwart, who was in fact one of the amicus curiae of the case that I was referring to in my presentation. We have to understand the role that professionals will play in the legal processes, and this is something that we have to be aware of and be able to participate in. Important message coming out of Professor Vishaka's presentation is sustainability, environmental protection is essentially inseparable from cultural heritage protection. And the earlier we recognize that in our profession, in engineering, in civil engineering, in architecture, in all archaeology, I think we are more prepared to protect and preserve for the future than before. So with these thoughts, my closing thought today on the eve of Republic Day is what a working democracy this country has. And I think we should be proud of it. We are an ancient country, but a young nation. And in 75 years, and less than 75 years, we have a working democracy where through the instruments of laws, through the instrument of the courts, through the instrument of public participation, we are able to bring change and righteousness in the society. I think on that note, I would like to thank all the speakers and give the floor back to Saranya for concluding the proceedings of today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Menon, for a very succinct and impactful concluding remarks. With this, now I take this opportunity to welcome our next speaker, Ms. Shalini Dasgupta, to share the vote of thanks. Ms. Dasgupta is the secretary at ICOMOS India. She's also a member of International Scientific Committee on SIPA. She is the coordinator for the Climate Change Heritage Working Group in ICOMOS India. As a conservation architect, she has received a formal training under internationally noted architects such as B.V. Doshi and A.V. Raje. Her practice, Heritage Conservation and Design Center, HCDC Design, started in 1993, focusing on adaptive reuse and conservation, including the urban conservation of the Barsh region and the iconic sites of Kajra, Bodh Gaya, and Humpty. Over to you, Shalini.
Thank you very much, Saranya. I'm sorry, I'm on the road and I've joined the session a little later. I haven't managed to hear the entire session, but I think Dr. Arun Menon summarized the entire session so well that, I could almost kind of understand the whole important discussion which would have happened towards this very important discourse. I would like to give my a vote of thanks, starting with, of course, the organizers of the this very important discourse, which was needed, of course. The whole fact that we are all concerned about the cultural heritage, and nothing can be done, of course, unless we have the correct legal framework and the legal instruments that will help us protect the heritage. So it's a very, very important discussion that we've undertaken today. And thanks to the organizing NSCs, NSC-THEOPHIL, NSC Education Training, NSC-LAFI, and the working group of ICOMOS EPWG, this very important discourse has taken place. I would like to thank all the speakers for the event, starting with, of course, Professor Nalini Thakur. The session talks by Dr. Arun Menon, Dr. Matthias Rip, Ms. Poonam Verma, and Dr. Vishakha. Not to mention the important task which the anchors and the moderators for the event, Sonal Chitnis, Lakshmi Priya, Saranya Darshini, Dr. Mona Lisa, and thanking, of course, the team which works behind the rapporteurs and the volunteers, Nirjari Pujara and Richa Mishra, and the volunteers Rahul Bola and Ira Godial. Thank you very much for this wonderful session. And I look forward to many, many more such sessions. And I hope that some sort of an actionable plan can emerge out of this, and we can, create some sort of a document which can move to a more specific action-oriented plan from this discourse that we worked on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Shalini. With this, we now close the session, and thank you all for joining us today. A very happy Republic Day. Please do enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you very much.